Hello, hello, hello. How's it going there, Amanda? How's it going there, Citrus? What's happening? What's happening? So, we've got a new toy. We're going to play with the new toy here. So, we have the crab. Didn't intend for it to look like a crab, but it ended up looking like a crab, so I went with it. So, here's crab. So, I've been trying to replace that other container mover with a more consistent one. The other container mover wasn't bad, but it was inconsistent. And we can't have that, so let's go ahead and take crab out for a run. And so this is going to be a much better container mover. It's more reliable than the other one was. It's also more compact. So I wanted something more compact, more reliable that could fit inside of the ships and reliably move some containers. So go take the crab out for a spinneroni. Let's see what the game volume. It's electric, so you're not going to hear much anyways. Let's turn up a little bit there. Okay, I can just barely hear the electric motors. Hopefully it's not too loud for other stuff. But started looking like a crab, so I just went with it. So it's has more tank steering now, so has skid steer on it. And so this should be pretty good for doing container work. So just a little bit of a different method on how this operates, because the other one could be iffy, and this one's a little bit more reliable. So, all right. So energize the connector, and then we'll just get the claws down. Still need to work on steering. Still a little bit too strong on steering. All right, so we'll just angle it down a little bit. We'll lock it in place. I think I heard it lock. No, nope. Hit the wrong button. And it lifts the container up. And then it moves the neck out like so. All right, and then we want to put the claws down. Let it connect. Okay, then we want to disconnect the claws, and the claws go down on the ground like so, aligning it properly. And then it just inchworms on. So pretty consistent, reliable operations. That was something I was looking for with this. And then we want to just balance it out pretty well, like so. All right, and then we can just put the arms up. And there's Crabberoni. So let me see if I can get it so you can see his face underneath. Oh, there he is. So he's a maneuverable guy, and it makes it really super easy to move these containers and get them put where I want them. It has a short range. The two antennas here are classed as small, so you get 100 meters each. So you get a total of 200. You'll notice eventually the brakes will kick on once it gets out of range because we'll lose connection. So just waiting for that to happen. Might be a little bit more than 200, but it should stop soon. I can't get all the way to the docks with it. Oh, it's just going to call me a liar here. It should stop. I'm actually interested what the range is, because I know the small antenna has the 100 meter range, and then the... Let me see. Let's quickly stop it. I want to see where that is now in relation to me. I'm curious myself of how far that is. That's 455. All right. And so it's still operating, because I was running it from here, from the docks. So let's see if we can, how far. I was running from the docks, and I can't make it to the containers in one go. I don't have a camera on here anyway, so so it doesn't really matter. I can't see what I'm doing, and then I have to press the buttons. I could put an end effector on, but I'd have to have a much bigger operation, so it's actually better I just go there. So I'm trying to get this to, we'll see what range we have. But I did build a little range extender, and then I'll also be able to use, like, this is going to be for mostly for Tethys, maybe Triton. And so you can put a range extender on your ship. So essentially what it does is the signal from the remote just relays through a bigger antenna. and you can get greater range on that. So but we'll head straight out and see if I can't get this to lose signal. But it operates really well. It's small, compact, it's light, cheap, so kind of a cool little build for using for all the container needs for ships, because I can take that with me. So like when we go to Sawyer South, there's no, I can use an add-on to spawn a container moving vehicle, but it's also kind of cool. You can bring it yourself. And then I want to do some like container-sized modules. It's still going. That's interesting to me. It's still going. It was stopped. Up there we go. There's the range right there. So let's actually see what the range is. 487. Yeah, so we're at 455. So it's 487. Let's quickly... I got to step forward just a little bit here. And we should get the range back. So it stopped around 487. So it looks like this remote control is a longer range than the antenna. The antenna is about 100. I am just outside of range again. Gotta rotate us back here. So I built a little range extender. It's just it's a little handheld item you can kind of drag with you. And it has a medium antenna and a small antenna. So your remote will be read by the small antenna, and then it's boosted by the medium. So if you wanted to go further, you can grab that range extender. So you could also use this with your ship and, essentially feed it through where it just extends the range. But, yeah, thanks, Amanda. Yeah, it came out pretty cool. It's definitely looked like a crab. You can see the face. I even put a little face on there because it was looking so much like a face and eyes. First, I was going to call it scorpion, but, it definitely 100% looked like a crab. So it got a crab paint job, but you can see it kind of has a face on it. So steering's a little bit high so far, so I want to reduce that. And emergency stop when necessary, and then it can easily charge off of an electrical connector, so it's all electric, so it's boogie woogie. But especially if I can flag the containers, it's going to be hard. I'm not going to put a camera on it. It's better for me to go off with it and then ride back with it. All right, so I just put on the emergency brake there. Let's go ahead and we'll back up. The turning is too fast. I need to just slow that down a little bit. But all right, so let's go ahead and we'll stop it and we'll unload. All right, so unloading is pretty simple. We're going to start by locking it to the ground again. Going to put the arms down. All right, and then it's going to be, angle them just a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and we'll grab the caterpillar there, or the inchworm. It's backwards. If I look at the left side, it operates backwards, so this was the issue with the other one, is the other one was not user-friendly for unloading. This one is more user-friendly for unloading. So what you want to do is you want to go to the point where the arms can take over, like right there. And then you go up with the arms. And you'll go in and grab with the arms. And then you can let go with the inchworm, and the arms can take over, lifting it up. Inchworm can go away. Somehow I pressed the space bar and disconnected it, but this one's much more resilient if you screw up, like I just did. So I accidentally pressed space bar, which locks it. All right, and then he's just a happy little guy, so I like it when he puts his arms up. Yay! So I gave him a little face. So pretty funny little dude. So this is really effective on moving containers for ships, because I can put this in the bay. I didn't completely measure, but I can always put this in sideways and it'll fit in the bay. So, but definitely nice and compact and easy, and it's much more reliable than the other one. The other one it didn't like to unload itself, and it was iffy. And then every once in a while, you get a little bit of a physics slowdown where the pivots don't want to work as strong. So that works. Yeah, I like the mouth. I put on paint blocks for the mouth. And then the, there we go, line the mouth up. There's a little mouth. Got his eyes. It's funny, too. Like, the things that make it look more like a crab are all useful things. Like, the eyes angling up are actually, you need that so it touches the bottom of the container. So stuff like that came out really nice. And then it's got, you can, let's go ahead and put this. So, like, for charging, like, you could charge it when you put it in Tethys. So, like, you put it in the garage, and then I need to put power outlets in the garage. The steering is way too fast. I gotta slow the steering down, but yeah, you see it steers way too fast, so I need to put a limiter on that speed. Yeah, see, it's just way too fast on steering. Okay. And then you can go ahead and just plug it right in the, I can find a cable there. So let's see what we used on battery for that, all of that excursion. So we only use like 22%, less than 22% of the battery in that amount of time. So that's not bad. And so put a cable anchor on there, and bingo, it will charge right up. So should be able to easily get the full complement of 4 containers on board. And then even if, like, you are struggling to get all 4 on with that battery, you can stop here for a couple seconds and quickly charge up. You see we're already almost back to charged. And, you know, so it works out pretty well. All right, good. So that was a little project last night, but I've been looking to replace that with something better. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, nothing good about slow internet. All right, let's work on the steering. So, here, like, it's pretty simple. These are just these 2 microcontrollers here. All right, so let's go in. So there's 2 things I could do. Let's do, where are we at here? One is Y. So let's clamp out Y at less. All right, let's see if that works for us. All right, something's up now. Let's see. So something I did is now screwing this up. All right, screwed up a formula. Let's fix it. Cat's turning the printer for some reason. Okay, what is up with this? What did I just do here? Why did this get screwed up? Huh. Alright, let's see. Clamp of X. X is WS. And then Y is AD, which is steering. That should be fine. So X plus the clamp of negative Y there, and this should be positive Y. Yeah, why is that not working? 05, commas. They look different too for some reason. Like this one here is. Trying to see if there's a. Oh, it's the one. This one has 1 extra digit on it. Negative. Don't know why that's not working. Let's give it a quick check and see what's up. Why? So it's giving it a throttle of 1. Okay, I had pressed the... You know what it does is the problem is if you have the same remote, it remembers the last thing you did, which was the it had the lock on, so it was locked to the ground. I might lower the speed of its total speed too. It'll eventually speed up. It's just I want it to accelerate more slowly. Yeah, now it steers too slow. So, all right. Again, I wish we could configure the remotes to be as much as we can configure the... wish we could configure the remotes like we do seats. All right, let's see. Let's go down on this one to 075. Let's keep them symmetrical, I guess. All right, that's better. This is less rambunctious. It's got symmetrical turning now, so it will, you know, I can power it forward as fast as I can turn it, so I can quickly and easily, like, stop from a turn and go right into spinning, and then I can easily come out, so. Because it's adding it together, so it was adding up to, you know, 0.2. And so now, like, I can go quickly into a turn. There we go. All right, nice. That behaves much more reasonably. As is usual, faster is rarely actually better. Just makes it, especially with heavy equipment, faster is just a pain in the ass. Container, mover, grab, back up. All right, and then this is just the range extender. Range extender is super simple. A remote radio booster is what I called it. So it's pretty simple. It's hard points count as batteries. So it's got a hard point. It has a small radio for the antenna. It has a small antenna for the radio, and then has a medium for actually broadcasting. And you put in the frequency that you want to run to, and then you spawn it. And now what we would do is we would put the remote control on channel 1. And then we program this to channel 6. And so now the... let me see. I can't see with that in my face there, guy. Let's see. Circuit breaker's on. Okay. Channel 1. I think it's channel 1. Let's see. Nope. What's up? Let's see. What are you set to? Constant. Constant on. True. Okay. Where is the number on this one? Oh, this... I didn't update it. Shit. Okay, I didn't update it. I fixed the other edit. Let's see. I didn't fix it. Okay, I gotta fix it. I was wondering. I had changed this earlier and didn't fix it. I should do black on that. That would be why. Alright, constant on goes to here, and then... Alright, that's what I need. I put this on one of my edits, and I did not save it. And then this needs to be flipped, transmit mode, and then this is going to be, it doesn't matter, frequency. So that works now. Okay, good. So let's save this. Not that we need it for this particular build, but this allows you to now boost the frequency. So if you have something else, you can run it further. And then this is a little handheld. You can grab it and you can drag it with you. You can also plug it in to recharge and put it on channel 6 for the crab. Channel 1 for this. Okay, what the fuck now? What channel are you on? You are on transmit. Nope, that's backwards. Okay. I made it backwards again. Let's fix it. See, what are you? You are, this is on transmit. Okay, this is receive, that's transmit, that would be Y. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. That's annoying. I had finished that right before I went to bed and then forgot to save it. So now this has a longer range. This has the booster on it. So this will go out to whatever a medium is. We'll take a look at the numbers. Because it's going through this medium antenna now. So driving like a drunk here. Let's see, just trying to catch up on chat while I'm driving this guy. It's kind of hard to steer while reading chat. Yeah, I think crab came out good. I'm trying to come up with an acronym for it. It would be container, something. The C is nice for the container part. We'll have to... Container remotely operated, always a badass. Let's see. Oh, good. You got a strike jet, Citrus? I'll have to take a look at it. Yep. Ugh, that's gross. 144p, yeah. Yeah, that was... My internet wasn't horrific before, but it wasn't great. It had a bad hop in New York, and it sucked. So, like, let's see where crab is now. So 527. So you can already see that it can go further than it was before. We were at 487. So something simple like this is pretty simple. So I'll show you guys how this works. It's pretty simple. We'll just grab the regular one. Really simple to make an extender. So it's got the small antenna because we're going to stand near the extender. So we can go, you know, about 200 meters from that. So if you type in radio, you look at the antennas, it will tell you the ranges. So like this is 100 meters. It's 100 plus the reception antenna. So it's 100 plus 100. And so you can do 200 meters from there. And then with the medium, we now have a kilometer. So it's a kilometer plus the antenna on crab. So it'd be 1 kilometer and 100 meters. You know, you go to large, you've got 4 kilometers. So 2 larges would be, you know, 8. 1 large, 1 medium would be 5, and then 2 huges are 40 kilometers. So you can get really good ranges with the huges. If you want to go past 40, you need to start putting in boosting stations. Then you get to the you've got 10,000 meters on, or 10 kilometers on radios for the video rather for the it's radio video transmit, but that's kind of cool. So that's all it does. And all it does is it, one of them's on receive, which is this one. This one's on transmit. This one's on channel 1, this one's on channel 6, and then you just take the data received right here and you send it out on that one. So it just mimics the signals. I pirated Kerbal Space Program too. Nothing yet. Just started, but made that crab last night. So the crab is what I made most recently. So let's get rid of this waypoint. Is crab back? Crab should be back. But so we got that done. Let's see if I want to work on something else. So I'm happy with how that turned out. I've been trying to get a new container mover that's going to work with us. Let's see what else we need. I'm trying to like get a little accessory craft. I'm kind of very much in a building small stuff mood. Like, let's go over what I built recently. So, like, crab. So this was, like, my test bench for this sucker. I was going to do another, like, almost like hook lift style lifter, but it's very difficult. You have to pretty much use... You pretty much have to use mag-alls anyway to get it stable. Like, the other one worked without mag-alls, but it was iffy. And so, like, I need something that works consistently. Mobile crane is in good shape. I don't want to work on that. Working on motorcycles. The ultralight rework was good. Jerry cans. Airport tug. Let's see. I got the skiff. It's kind of updated. I'm really not a huge fan of my skiff for this. Let's do a real quick test. Let's grab Tethy's garage template. So this is the rear garage for Tethy's. Let's just make sure crab will fit because I can put it in sideways. I know it will fit. It's the will it fit vertical is the question, so I know how I have to load it. So, because I can always tip it on its side to get it in. So, like an envelope. So like yeah, so like it's right on there anyway. So like it will still fit sideways. No, it won't. Okay, so it does have to angle just a little bit. So not a big deal. This can be tilted just a little bit, and it will go in. So, like, if you imagine we put it on its side, it will fit in. So, it will slide in like that, and then, you know, the crane would move it this way. You would go down till it makes contact, and then as the crane pulls this way, it would tip it back on its belly. But crab will fit in there. So, that fits. Frog fits. We tested frog. Let's grab the front door of Tethy's. I want to make a copy of that so that I can easily test that out. I want to work on the skiff. I'm not... The skiff's not bad, but I'm not thrilled with it. It's kind of basic, and I'd like to improve on that. All right, let's grab from... Give me a block, please. Thank you. All right. Where is it? I just saw it. Where did that go? There it is. All right, so I just kind of make these plates, and then that way you know how big it's going to be. All right, Tethy's front garage. That's... We don't have a ton of space for the skiff in here, but I'd really like to improve upon it. I'm really not happy with that other skiff. It's just... It's... Let's give it a quick run, see how it is. I'm just really not happy with it. It works pretty well, but it's just I'm not thrilled with it, you know? You know, it's rounded because, you know, you put that real thin, narrow bow on it, you're losing a ton of buoyancy. And I need to put the engine on the floor. That makes it fat, so it has to be a fat bitch to get the engine underneath the floor. But it's fast, you know, which is what it needs to be because it needs to be fast because it needs to outrun Tethy's. So if Tethy's is doing 27 knots, this needs to go in excess of 27 knots in order to be able to catch catch up. So, like, you know, if Tethys is, say, going doing a container mission, I need to be able to run off. I need to be able to get a... go do a rescue and then catch up with Tethys to go and meet back up. So I kind of need a little bit of an excess speed, so it's not bad. I'm not a huge fan of it. See, you know what I could do? I could do a fully enclosed one, because the issue is, in order to get the buoyancy I need to go under the decking like so. So the engine has to go under here. And the engines are pretty damn big. You need, like, this is a sideways engine, so I can kind of get a little bit of space in here. And then, you know, see. Yeah, see, like, I've got a ton of extra bullshit in here. But, like, the engine has to go in here under the deck. So it needs to be at least 3 tall just to put the engine in. And so it makes it overly tall and fat. And then it needs the rounded bow so it doesn't get too long. So I'm kind of thinking, if I do an enclosed, almost like lifeboat style. Let's see how big the lifeboat is. The lifeboat is probably friggin' large. Here's the lifeboat. Lifeboat is on the large end. But, like, see, the lifeboat, because it is enclosed, you know, you can do a 1-block floor. So I might build a new lifeboat. That'd be kind of a good project. I think we'll do that. Yeah, I think that'll be a good thing to do is, you know, I like kind of doing iterative building and keep playing, and that's kind of, you know, I think a good style and way to do it. So let's work on that. All right, so let's go up. I think we have 10 blocks interior. So one more, and that should... I think yeah, it's 10 blocks tall to put it in the garage. So that's as high as we can go, too. So see if I can get a convincing and enjoyable lifeboat out of this bad Johnson. So we'll make it pretty blunt. That's going to help out. So let's go... Go like that. Oh, shiza. Let's go. Let's plan on 2. Problem is the 1 wedges are the best for this. They really are. Not a huge fan of how the 1 wedges end up, but they are the best for this. So let's try 1, 2, see if I can make that work to my satisfaction. Want it to be more attractive. It just looks like a tow, that friggin' boat, so I'm not a huge fan of it. And then we'll start getting in on this here. And then I need enough headroom for cabs, so that's good. Alright, let's kind of plan on that. Let's lay out the profile, and then we can go from there. So let's lay a profile. So 4 is not going to be enough to put people in there. I only need a 1 window, so let's move that up again. So that was Triton's lifeboat, the lifeboat I showed. All right, and then probably we want to put in... I could do a 1 window. I kind of like that on the lifeboat. I like the real limited visibility. And the benefit of making a lifeboat style is it can be kind of all weather. So if I go a 2 on that, I can... Might try a 2. Let's see. So this just allows me to have more space for, you know, I don't have to, all that interior volume on the bottom is kind of wasted space because I can't use it for rescues. Or I can't use it for buoyancy, rather. I'm thinking of like three things at once. Can't use it for buoyancy, so by making it enclosed, fully enclosed, I can really utilize all the space. But it's a pretty small garage, so I don't have a ton of space for stuff here. So I'm just trying to lay out the rough shape here. So that's about max size there. And then that probably might have to come up one, which is okay because my guy is going to sit in here, so. Let's come up one more. That's the transom right there. All right, so that's kind of the profile I'm thinking there. Let's cut you and go. I think we can work with this profile here, and let's go. Actually, we'll do. Figure out the rudder while we're here. All right, that's helped. That's working. All right, good. And then we'll cut in here. I'll do a 2. Start getting too rambunctious with these wedges for a small build. Lose buoyancy with these smaller wedges, these bigger wedges. So I'm kind of digging that on a profile. All right, so that's good. Let's go ahead and we want to do 2 bangs on here. I think that's kind of my profile. I wasn't really thrilled with the profile of the last one, so. See where this is going to bite me in the ass here. So that's going to bite me in the ass a little bit there, so I got to go narrower. Or I have to go to a 4-banger, 2 2s. I think a 4-banger is 2 2s. Yeah, 4-bangers, 2 2s, so that's going to be too much. So we'll have to go 2s for a little bit. A little bit pointier of a bow than I would necessarily like because of that. But, okay. That's going to screw me here, so I'm going to fix that. Much as I'm not a huge fan of the 1x1 wedges for these applications, it helps with buoyancy, so I'm kind of using it as a trying to think ahead of what I'm going to need for buoyancy, and that's kind of why I'm playing with them. Should be all right with buoyancy with this. A lot of it's a balancing issue. I think I get this to be attractive, so let's go. 2x4 is not a great, or 1x4 is not a great idea here, but let's see what we can do. Taking up a lot of the headroom I need in there to make it look a little bit more shapely, so like this becomes a useless area in the front, but I might be able to run a drive shaft through there, so Could put the engine in the bow, but we'll figure that out. Yeah, it's kind of the balance of making it look hideous and making it functional. You know, I try to get it functional first. That's why some of the stuff looks pretty bad, and then it you have to go back and fix it if you want it to not look like toes. Yeah, I think 1x4 is probably a mistake. We're going to switching to 1x2s. I think will be better, but we'll see. See how badly it affects us. It's kind of got a torpedo look to it, which is kind of good. I like that. And that I can easily fix this out. So. I cannot see what... Put my hand in the right spot on the keyboard. I could actually rotate things properly. There we go. Right, there we go. Liking that more rounded, but it really cuts into my interior space. It's going to be pretty damn small. But we'll see how it shakes out here. I need it to be fast too, which I'm starting to like get to the point where the design of it, this is going to be tough to make fast. So I don't have a lot of capacity for passengers, and not going to have a lot of capacity for passengers, and I need a pretty reasonable engine in there to get it moving at any sort of speed, so we'll see what we can do. But there are already some issues that need to be fixed, I think. I like the general shaping of it, though. So I think I'm going to put the motor in the nose, and then it will come through drive shaft back through the floor here. That way I can use the center section as passenger bay. Okay, and then this will go 2 wedge across here. Let me see, do I want to... Frog's rudder was effective enough to have a small fin as a rudder, so we could do that. Don't necessarily need that big of a fin. It'll let me move the prop back, which is good. And then that should let me get it into there. And then that will run center shaft here. All right, like that. And I can make it a couple blocks wider if I need to, so let's trim. And then we'll put in right here. Okay. Alright, so I really like the general shaping of this. Especially, this makes it nice for doing rescues, having a lifeboat style, because it's, you know, it's friggin' resilient when the waves get crazy. That's kind of the deck plate right there. All right, nice. All right, and then I want side windows. Let's see how I can get those in. Try to get the glass kind of figured out, as that can be a pain in the ass. It's not done early. Check chat in a second, guys. Canada's rocking and rolling. All right, good. That's in. And then we need a 3-1, and I'm going to put it inverted so that we can get the... I said 3-1. I meant the 3-2 change here. Where is it? Where are you? At this one? 2-2. No, it should be 2-2-3. Where the hell's that? 3-2-2 right there. If I put it inverted, I can get the seat a little bit closer. So that's what I did on Frog to get Frog kind of behaving itself. So this cabin can move back if necessary too. So I'm just kind of trying to place that out. Or the drive area. It's not really a cabin. Let's do it. Go ahead and move that back preemptively. So what we'll do here is I'm gonna paste. Let's get a seat in there. Because we are going to be space limited here pretty badly, so I want to... Alright, this is going to give us more crew space, which I desperately will need. Or rescue space, passenger space. Passenger space is a better way to put it. Oh, I'll figure out which one I friggin' want in a second here. Where the hell is it? Is that one? That's a 1 block. That's why I'm all confused. Okay. Looking at it funky. Could move the seat forward 1, too. No, I can't. Okay. Where's the 3 bang? Right there. Orient myself where I can actually do it. Alright, good. So that's kind of the cabin. Hate it when I delete random shit. Let's see. That 2's not going to work there. Could put eyebrows on this. I'll eyebrow it. Do I have a 2-banger somewhere I can use? Not really. Check chat in a second, guys. A little bit of an eyebrow there. Put a window in there now if this is going to be pretty abrupt like it is. I'm digging that general shape. Let's read some chat. Yes, a little pirate adventure here. Zizo's building a VTOL. Oh, cool, with a moon pool, yeah. When I want to remove the water from the moon pool, it removes the air and makes the room depressurized. Let's see. That's interesting. You know, I'd say that was part of the reason why the devs went about doing some of the stuff that people didn't understand why they did it, I think, is like part of the sinking ship issue too is I think, you know, there are gonna be problems with air escaping too. I'd have to look at it. I can play with moon pools a little bit. So let's see, what is this? So let's cut here. Those have to stay. Have the homunculi down here. Why do I have 2 of these? Those need to go, okay. That prop can't go back at all. Okay, that's fine. Make this like a little step up anyway. So back in here where it's really like there's no passenger gonna be able to sit in here, I'm gonna put the engine there. So the other lifeboat, the engine was right here. It was midships, and so it's gonna be all the way to the front in this one. So let's go like that for plumbing for the moment. And the nice thing about making this enclosed is it should have a lot of buoyancy. Let's do a hatch. The other lifeboat had 2 hatches. This one will have 1. Might do a sliding one so I can do an auto shut, but you know, so this whole bulkhead here is going to be closed off. And then this area here, I'm going to probably put a step on. So I'll put a step like that. What is this here? Okay, so can I go down with him? Yeah, okay, yeah, his head sits up really high as it is anyway, so let's see if I can go down with my dude here. That's a problem with putting 2 bangs in there. Let's see. If I can move him a little bit. It's close to fitting there. I could push the glass. I could definitely push the glass forward if I set him low like this. I gotta check headspace, so let's push him back. Might be able to do rear engine if I do it this way. We'll see. That's another thought, too. Hatch is pretty limited on where it can go. Could go sideways with the hatch, too, if I need to. Let's move this. All this junk. So go up to there. Because your character's head sits like about half a block, I think, above the headrest. So that's another thing for planning. Hmm. I don't want to put too much extra mass in here for no apparent reason. Could do a handle and have him stand. Let's do that. Because it's going to be a pain in the ass for him to like tweak his body around to get into the driving position anyway. So I think we'll do a handle and we'll have him stand. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Let's see if where I can put this handle. It's going to be a pain in the ass to put in, but we'll try it. So he is upset about right there, so I can redo some of that transom probably to fix it. And then he hits the glass there, so he's got to be here, and he can't go up one, so let's go right there. Because, yeah, this is going to be easier for him to get in and out of here, so that needs to go like that, and then we need to change the angle on this. Drop the prop. Yeah, let's drop the prop. Because it's a small build too, so I need to kind of consider that as well. So I'll drop the prop. And then that will give me a flatter floor as well, which is kind of a nice thing. Yeah, give me a flatter floor. And we'll do this. That was right. Cut there. Okay. Okay, so he can have a step there, so that's good. Okay. That'll be his little platform right here. Stand right here. Look like a little bit of support ribbing there. All right, good. And then he can... All right, good. So I'm digging on that. Let's affix this. All right, so we have our rudder in there. And then Windows can probably cut a window off. Let's go ahead and save it real quick. So. Teddy's lifeboat. All right, good. And next is float test after this to see if we float. I can expand it to be 1 block wider, so that will help. So there's a good bit of space in here. We have space for... That's perfect. Yeah, so I can cut the windows back 1 because I wanted a little bit restricted visibility. And then it's easy for me to get in and out, so... Nice. All right, good. So that size-wise working, but I can make it. I can fatten it up by one set of blocks too, which I might just preemptively do. Let's see if it will work like this first, and then let's get a float test on this next. So let's see, is that right at the max height? Ooh, is it exceeding the max height? You can't exceed the max height. Let's check. Nope, it's right on the money. Okay. That is good to know. All right, good. So for a second there, I was afraid it was too tall. All right, so we have a good, nice-sized engine compartment, which is going to be the key to getting this thing sped up. Because I need some speed out of this. You know, if Tethys is going 27 knots, I'd like to exceed it by minimum 5 knots. So that's kind of the thing is, you know, good chance of a rollover here, but it's we expect that till I ballast it. Yep. Okay, good. So perfect. So it floats well. It's got a lot of buoyancy, and it's got a lot of bow buoyancy, which is really good. All right. Battle cannon pieces in here. There's a weight block piece right there. And the engine's going to go in there too. So CG, I want my water line to be right about there. So that's where we're looking for water line. So that's too much. Because of all the wedging, that really is dragging the bow down. Let's cut out some of this wedging. I think 4s were a mistake. Let's cut those out. That will give me more space. I can move some stuff as well. So let's go with a 2. That was kind of definitely a potential thing that was going to happen. So there we go. This should help with a bunch of stuff here. All right, so that should definitely help us out quite a bit doing this. Drag, you sucker. Drag, you sucker. There we go. All right. All right, so that should really help. And then I can also move the hatch now because of that, so. All right, nice. It doesn't change the line all that much, and it should help a lot with buoyancy and everything. Balancing should be better. All right, CG. Let's see. Where's the length here? Talking 21. So 11. Where's 11? Ooh, we're close. 11. So right there. So we don't need to pull that CG back all that much. So 11 somewhere in this neighborhood here. So let's go ahead and undo that. Let's leave that. Might be helpful to have a little bit of weight there. All right, that's better. So pulling it down and pulling it back. All right, good. Let's go in here. Nice, that's sitting nicely. Floating where I want it to. Let's go play with it, see if it is really unstable or if it's reasonable. Like, I can jump on it. Let's see. Let's screw around with it, see if we can get it tipped over. So it's not too bad. I can stand on it. It's not too bad for a small guy. That's pretty good. All right, good. So let's get working on, I want a propulsion system in here. All right, let's plan on, oh, come on, stop that. Right there. Start banging this engine in here. Plan gearbox will hit here. So let's go ahead and cut you out, cut that out, cut that out. Let's go ahead and put in 90 elbow here, 90 elbow there. I think it really, I'm gonna need one gearbox, so I don't need all that. Let's go back actually and do that, and then we'll cut it right here. I think what I'm gonna need for a motor here. Let's do transverse, maybe. And I'll see. Should be able to get a pretty big engine in here. I'm just trying to, I want some speed out of this. Okay, then I think the idea I had before, putting it right up against that bulkhead, was the right idea. So. Okay, we'll do that. Trying to keep it low for mass reasons and balance. So I could do up to 6 on that. Gearbox, I could put a gearbox in there. Can I get a bend in there? No, not with that. Okay. Thank you. So gearbox, crank. I'm gonna go transverse with it. It's gonna be a lot easier to just have it transverse. Yeah, gearbox right there. Okay, gearbox. And if I put it, you're getting tall, aren't you, sucker? Getting tall, getting tall, getting tall. It's back here. Goes right in there, so I can't put that in. Okay. Could do a vert. Could do it vertical too. If I do it vertical, how much space do I have? I have 1, 2. Yeah, let's do vertical. All right. I don't think these parts don't weigh that much, so. What? How many times am I gonna hit this back button? Too many times. Let's go. You worry about cooling too. Let's go starter. Alternator. We got alternator. There you are. There you are, guy. Where we at? Let's see. Okay, so that's the necessaries are in there. We could do up to an 8-cylinder. Let's just do that. Let's make it a beef cannon because I want some speed out of this. Oh, fucking click the symmetry button, dude. Jeez. I'll just beef it up to start with. Alright, fuel tank. I don't know exactly where I want to put that. Might just do a couple hip tanks and use them as... could do some hip tanks and use them as seats. So can't do meads anyways. We'll figure it out. Figure out fuel in a second here. Can't do a heat sink in the floor because the drive shaft. Do an internal radiator. We'll see if that's gonna balls me or not. Who knows at this point. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so air and exhaust. Do normally aspirated. Let's see. Okay. Try a scoop. I'm afraid of the water coming in, so we'll do that. The whole thing I definitely need on this is speed, so I really need to test that out ASAP, because if I'm not going to get the speed off it, then I got to move on from that thought process. So I can't go there if I put a radiator there. Okay. I'll worry about cooling later. Let's just get a fuel in here, and then put fuel right in the. I don't like putting fuel in the bow because it's don't like putting fuel in the bow because, you know, you're going to lose the fuel mass, but this isn't going to have that much fuel, so it's not like you're losing an absolute ton of weight. So as it changes, you know, you kind of want it in the center of the build, ideally, but I'm just going to put a tank on this. I want to see what it does, and then we'll move from there. All right, let's start with that. All right, so that's good. All right, let's grab the, where is it? Modular engine. So this is it, the modular engine boat tutorial. This is the latest tutorial I had on that. Grab that micro. So we're just converting the modular engine tutorial to a boat. So just using the throttle and changing it so it has the boat drive essentially. That's all that tutorial really did. It's a quick and easy toot. Quick and easy toot. Okay, good. That's in. Let's go ahead and plummet. Seat. Engine. Let's do RPS. Air. Coolant pump, I don't need yet. Starter. Fuel manifold. Alternatior. Klutch. Bat, I don't have in there yet. I'm not going to worry about bat yet. Okay, and then we need manifold pieces. So I wanted to get some of this stuff plugged in before I figure out where those were going. That one's connected. It is. Okay, and then we need this one here. Okay. So this one should have 6 start stop. I think we're doing, let me check how I'm doing the panel here. Positive 2. Reset 100%. Okay. WS reset 100%. Okay, that's good. All right, let's see if we can get running here. Pretty good speed so far. We'll see what happens when I put a stability system on. You know, it's going to misbehave anyway until I get the stability system in, but that's good. So it looks like speed's probably right around where we want to be. How's it going there, Aaron? Aaron figured out the issue. Let's go over that real quick. If you don't mind, Aaron, I'll just show I won't show the whole message. I'll just show your solution. So. But Aaron said he figured out the distillation ports need a fluid port placed in the plumbing circuit. That's why when I was testing, if we look at, you know, when I pulled my tower, it had some of the connections still on there. So like when I pulled my tower, let's see if I have it. I might have deleted it. Let's see. Backups. No. So like when I pulled my tower, let's spawn this. This one here has all the connections on it, and then these don't. So on this one, it's reading currently collecting. This one is reading diesel. This one is reading diesel. This one, where's the other one here? Where's your jet fuel? Right there. Jet fuel's right here. Oil, because it's hooked to oil. And then if you take, what do you just put a fluid port on there is what you did? Because a bunch of my stuff in my tower was still connected to the ports. The diesel wasn't, the jet was, so. See if that does it. So that's good to know. What did you say you needed here? You read, currently collecting oil. And you needed the nipple. So this does not have the nipple on it. So that's good to notice too. So let's see, that says currently collecting. Let's put the nip on it. See if that fixes it. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. You know, the thing is, too, that my tower was, when I pulled the, you know, the jet fuel still had the pump on it. So I'm curious if it's pump. Let's try that. The jet fuel on my tower, if you remember from yesterday, had the pump on it. Because, you know, you'd say that it has, you know, it'd have to be connected for it to work. Like yours here has a pump connected there, and that's reading. And then the other side, this is a pump connected right there. So let's run with that. See if that shows a change or not. Kind of doing apples to apples here, but I don't know. All I do know though is that the tower works. You know, you have to run it, but interesting. You know, my setup works. The numbers are working, so. You know, I don't know what the deal is, why it shows it sometimes, why it doesn't, but it works, you know. Put it in the facility, it works. I don't know. That's cool to have the trailer. You can just kind of move it. I tend to like to do myself, just do everything there. Oh, I was going to put stability on this. All right, let's do that. So this probably has a little bit of extra buoyancy we can use to do a little bit more weight blocking. Let's go ahead and try to get in here. So one of the reasons you want to weight block is, you know, you're doing, this is your hard ballast. So you're trying to get that ballast in to, you know, to get the boat to sit correctly. All right, and then what do we want to do? We need a stability system. So probably here on the stability system. Is that under the wall? Shit, no, the wall is going to be up one. Crap and poop. Oh, I tickled myself with that one. Let's see. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reroute this. These. The other thing I might do is flatten this bottom out even more. I don't know. Let's just put in a stability system real quick, and then I'll address it later. Oh shit, that can't be there, huh? Okie dokie. Do this. It's fucking symmetry. It's always symmetry. I always have a symmetry issue here. And I forget which way that has to go. And then this here can go. I guarantee you that if I put them in solids down, they're going to be hollows down, but yeah, the world. Save that. What is my latest stability? Is it Tethys? Let me see. I think it's Tethys. I might just use the little skiff anyway. No, it wasn't Tethys. What? I built, it was probably this boat here. Let's see. Did I put a stability in here? I did not. Okay, let's see. Let's grab this one then. Let's see what the stability fins look like here. Solids down, and what's this one? Oh, come on. Solids down. Okay, good. So they are solids down. All right, bow fins. Stern fins. Stern fin starboard. I keep misreading that. Stern fin port. Rudder. Seat. Physics sensor. Okay. Haha, that would have really screwed me, all these weight blocks in here. I was like, sit funny. I'm like, why are you sitting funny? There's the weight blocks. Okay, there we go. Let's go give this a jaunt with a stability system in it now. This is, you know, one of the points of frustration I see with a lot of new players, especially. Like, see, I can stand on the side of it now. The stability system, just the fins themselves help stabilize you. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why, like, that was one of the big tutorials I did on the new player career build series, is that can be a real big point of frustration for people getting their stuff to be stabilized, and then they, you know, assume it can't be fixed. And that's the nice thing with the fins, that it lets you fix these things. Rock solid, and the steering is backwards. Okay, good. So we'll fix the steering being backwards. So this should be a good speed. Let's go ahead and pull it. I want a linear speed sensor in there. Then I think I'm going to round out the bottom a little bit. Okay, linear speed sensor. And I think I'm going to round out the bottom. I think it's just going to be a lot better for a number of reasons. Be a lot easier for me to fix a bunch of shit too, so. Just give me the one there, guy. Come on. Yeehaw. But I want to, again, I'm kind of on a small build kick, so I want to make it as small as possible. So this should be good for all weather, and then it is inherently stable, so it should end up on its bottom. So we're going to flatten out the bottom some more, which will help me hide some fins. And it will also let me give me a little bit more buoyancy, and we put in some more weight blocks if need be. All right, we're doing 15, so that should be adequate. So 15 times 1.94, that's 29. So we're going a little bit faster than Tethys. I'd like to go faster than that. All right, so let's bring this back. Let's do gearing. All right, let's do channel 1 on the handle. To reverse. And then, so currently I have a 9.5 in there. That's kind of a gold number that usually works for me. So we're gonna do a step through. And then, yeah, we'll do a step through. I need to put in, what the fuck, and activate it. That's real helpful. There we go. We'll step through the gearing, and we'll get the gear ratio set. This is one of the new player career build series tutorials. So pretty much, like, you want to gear your boat, you want to go max throttle, and you want to step up through the gears, and when increasing the ratio makes the speed go down, you've reached the highest gear you're going to be able to get with that size or power of a motor. Let's put it that way, the power of a motor. All right, so right now at a 1-to-1, we're at 9.23. So we're going to switch it. So there's 10. So we're at 15 at a 9.5. All right. So let's go ahead and... let's go right to 9.5. Let's go one past 9.5. And we'll see if we're going to go faster or slower. Again, the cooling's going to be a pain in the balls with this a little bit. If I round this out, I might be able to get a heat sink in, which is ideal. So try to catch a bunch of... That was interesting looking at. You know, it's... you know, I don't know what the deal is with that, but it's like, you know, you can still make it work. Like, so there's got to be something in there that says, hey, you're now a distillation port. So like your supposition there with the pump. You know, so we're 15.3. Let's switch gear. All right, so we're still going up with an increase in ratio. So let's keep going with that. So two ones a 16 and change. So we want to keep going up. So we make 2. Well, let's not even bother with 2-1. So we know 2 ones a 16 and change. So we'll go 5, 2, 3, 1. You know, this was another great ad they did. Was the handles. Like, I have no interest in, or very little interest in any of the weapons DLC stuff. Like, I like the war machines, but it's just like, I'd rather build this type of stuff than that. But like, little parts like the handle that they gave to everybody, I think is a cool thing because it really, I find it very, very useful. All right, so we're up to 18 with a 5-2. Let's switch it. And we go down with a 3-1. So we found our gear. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, a 3-1 is bad. If we want to, let's say we're overheating our engine. Okay, if we're overheating our engine, we can go to a 3-1. And if you look at a 3-1, we're getting about 15 and change. We're probably going to go, no, we're stabilized. We'll see if we stabilize. So we're getting a little bit slower than we were with the 9.5. At a much better fuel rate and a much better cooling rate because we're stressing the engine. And so it's not always a bad thing to go slower. But, you know, the whole point of this boat is it needs to go faster than Tethys. But, you know, by going to 3.1, so a 3.1 is a little bit slower than a 9.5 by a little bit, like 1 knot. But it's probably bringing the RPS down considerably. So if we're having problems with range, if we're having problems with cooling, then that's when you would consider, okay, it's worth increasing the gear ratio to to make it more efficient, essentially, go into efficiency. But I'm thinking we'll stick with a 2.1. It's a good balance. It's going to be more efficient than a 9.5 and faster. So right there, we're at, what are we, 18.3. So we'll say 18 times 1.94. We're looking at 34, almost 35 knots. So that's about 35 knots right there. So that is 7 knots faster than Tethys, which that's, again, one of the main reasons I'm building this is to go a little bit faster than Tethys so that I can catch up. Because I need Tethys to be able to go on autopilot, and I need to be able to go do a rescue and then theoretically go catch back up. Now, 45 would be fantastic, but with something this small, I can always use the old skiff too if I need to. But this is going to be nice for if the weather's really bad. You know, I'm hoping that this will, you know, because it's completely sealed, that's nice. It's kind of lifeboat style, which I wanted to build a lifeboat style one. The rear fins are doing literally nothing right now. The stability system and the rear fins are doing nothing. You'd be amazed at how much just having fins in there will fix it because it gives you, it makes a symmetrical airfoil. The fronts are doing tilt. The rears is not even hooked up to the altimeter, and it's working fine. You know, so I might not even bother hooking it up to the altimeter if it's going to be performing this well at, was that 100%? 76. Let's go to 100, see how it behaves. The other thing you'll notice too is it's not spinning the propeller up, so we have the engine pretty well balanced right now with that gear ratio. If we had it up to a 3-1, it would likely spin up, and we'd have to put a rev limiter in there. Well, it already has a rev limiter, but let's put it this way: a 5.2 is the highest gear ratio I can go and not have it really overstress the engine. And that's why you'll get the backflip bullshit that a lot of people get, is they overstress their engine, prop comes out of the water, engine's under stress, prop spins up, prop hits the water, backflip. So this is set well. If we went to a 3-1, likely because we're stressing the engine up, as soon as it comes out of the water, it de-stresses, spins up, backflips. So this is working pretty well here. Like, this has no rear stability system, just symmetrical fins. That's 100% wind. Taking it. Let's go ahead and stop. And we'll see how it behaves in here. I don't know why it's submerged. It is trying to. Is it trying to do? You know what it is? It's the altimeter's not hooked up, so it is still trying to. It's getting a 0 signal the whole time, so it's trying to pull the ass down. So I should hook that up. All right, but it does pretty well in really heavy winds. Let's bring it back. Let's do a couple things. Yeah, it's a little lifeboat Zachy for Tethy's front garage. Right, I could square out the bottom. Do I square out the bottom is the question. I think I do. I want to hide these fins. Let's square out. Let's first do this. Let's save it. It's working. Let's save it. And then we'll dick around with it. So first thing I need to do is let's figure out the physics sensor channel for altimeter. That's 2, channel 2. So let's go in here. Where is it? Right. Where the hell are you there, guy? Bow fins. Bow fins. Where's rear? Okay, rear altimeter right here. And that is... Okay, and we can get rid of that. So that adds a whole new layer, so I can get rid of that. Rear alt is gone. That goes there. We need to move some stuff now. Yeah, reconnect some stuff because I moved a node. What are you? Stern, fin starboard. And then that's still bow fins. Did I delete a fin? I did. Sucker. You sucker. You dirty sucker. Let's grab this real quick, fix it. That would do some bad behavior. All right, so that's plumbed in. Let's check, make sure everything's still good there. It is. Okay, good. Content with the speed. So we want a 5.2, not a 3.1. So we'll go into reverse there. This can hook back up to reverse. And then we're set. We might be able to get a little bit more speed out of it. I'm not sure. We'll have to see. I can increase the max RPS on it, and I can tune the pit a little bit better. But that's a pretty good start. I think the fuel mass is going to be pretty limited. So I'm not really worried about too much. We'll pull that in. I need cooling. Let's go ahead and expand this just a little bit. All right, let's save it real quick as the backup, and then we'll go ahead and I will start ripping the front apart. Let's check some chat and get some people came in. Yeah, Kev, this is going to go on Tethy's. Yep. How's it going there, Patrick? How are you? Oh, look at that. No, flashlights, not flashlights. Is it bad to use others' It's not bad. It's kind of my policy not to. For example, I use a lot of Basiliscus' stuff because I'm not great at Lua. There's nothing wrong with it. Personally, I try to limit it because that's how you learn stuff. You become dependent on the other people's stuff. So, for example, like I always try to, like my new policies, I pretty much like put, my airplanes are pretty much the only thing, and it's because I want to use Basiliscus' screens that I use other people's stuff. But for most stuff, I use my own stuff, and that's how I learned how to make the stuff. It's one of the reasons why in the build challenges, I pretty much, it's one of the newer rules I have. You have to use your own stuff, because it was like all I ever saw was Z, this, Z, that, Z, this, Z, that. And so the people never learned how to do it, and then they learn how to do it, and they realize, oh, that's not that difficult. And then, even if you still want to use it later, like use, somebody else's microcontroller, you at least know how to do it yourself. And so I think that's helpful that, because you might want to change that person's microcontroller from the workshop and make it more personalized, and so, kind of having that skill. That's why I do try to do all my own stuff now. Is it really does help with learning the stuff, There's gonna be a bastard on the back to fix. No, that'll actually work. We might be able to get this to work, right? Okay. Trying to widen and flatten the bottom. We'll see how it deals. The kind of the thing a lot of people do is you really don't see underneath your vessel much, and so it's kind of like you see people always stressing about like their hull. How's my hull look? And like really, you very rarely ever see your hull because it's underwater, and so like kind of having a hull that's not perfect to how you like it isn't always the worst thing, because it's kind of like you don't see it anyway. Cut you there. So I'm trying to give myself a flatter bottom for a number of reasons. I need a heat. Oh, I want a heat sink. Let's say I don't need anything, but I want a heat sink in there. How's it going there, big man? Yep, trying to just get a compact little lifeboat in here. And we'll go. So each of my builds, like I always try to have them do a job. And so like this build's job is to be fast enough to catch up to Tethys and to be able to fit in the garage. That's its job. And so if there's something that it's, so it has a very specific job, and so that's kind of part of my method on there, so that, for example, you don't get one build that does everything. It has its job, it's good at its job, and then there are other builds that are good at their jobs. And so that that way, you don't just have one build that you use all the time. You kind of have a nice variety of builds, doing it that way, I find. Okay, and then let's see. I can get rid of some of this bullshit in here too, which is nice. So I wanted more floor space in here, so this is helping with that. It's a little bit more tubbed out, but that's okay. It's for good reason. So let's see. We'll put a little platform for my dude to stand on there. Pretty much just has to go to where he stands. And then can I cut here? I can. And then we'll go stair. I kind of like to have some monotaskers to a certain extent, because it gives you a reason to keep building, right, so a little step up there. All right, let's go. And then, so now I should be able to have enough space to plumb in proper stability system that's hidden. So that's not going to work there. That's not going to work there. Where's the wall? So I think I'm going to run. Let's find a heat sink here. Heat sink's going to be the big thing that I have to deal with. So it's one of the reasons why I widen this out is for the heat sink. Okay, let's go up a little so I can put the heat sink in. But that's why I kind of widened it out, was I want a heat sink in here. So okay. And that should, okay, that's going to put it right there. Where's the other one node go? Is it hidden somewhere? Where's the other node here? It's right there. Okay. All right, it's not ideal, but not the end of the world either. Okay. What are you? You are the 1x2. Okay. What is this? All right, then that's going to run to here. All right, so this will take care of all the cooling needs I have. And these can go, I think, there. Yeah. All right, and then this will go. Let's turn you on your side there, guy. All right, so this will take care of our cooling needs. So I might try to run this engine a little bit hotter and get some more speed. I would really like, if we get 45 knots, that'd be beautiful, because this needs to catch up with Tethys. And so good cooling is going to really make that possible. Okay, and then right there. All right, so that's now running a heat sink. So there's our cooling licked. And what I might do is this. Let's go like this. Oh, seats are going to be a bitch there with these. Figure something out here. Let's go like that. Yeah, it's just going to hit that pipe. It's kind of annoying there. That's not going to work with legroom. That's fine. All right, so I can even just move. You know what we'll do? We'll move this engine wall here. So this whole wall is going to come out this way. It'll give us a little bit of space in the engine compartment for fuel. Okay. Ah, piss off. All right, and then I'm going to start doing a little bit of lightning. So I want the mass to stay low, so we're going to go like that with half blocks. All right, good. So that is, we got 8-person capacity for rescues. That's good. All right, and then now we can reroute the drive shaft. So let's do that. We don't really, do we need to? Not really. No, not really. We don't need to anymore. Nope, we're good. All right. Let's see. Oh, the heatsink got in the way. So yeah, let's reroute it. Okay. Heat sink's in the way now, so we do want to reroute it. Hell am I here in the build? All right, right here. Okay, there we go. All right, guys. So that's set. So that's rerouted, and then let's see. We need to rebalance this. So let's paint. So a bunch of rebalancing work now, just because it's going to weigh considerably different than it did before. So total weight's 562, so not too bad. Let's see, midpoint. I think it was 11 is midpoint. 21. 21, yep, so 11. Perfect. Look at that CG. That CG is about on the money. So CG's right here, where it should be. And we want to bring it down, directly straight down. So what we're going to do is come in here. And we can add some block right in there. All right, that dragged it down. If I can get it here, which I won't be able to, but if I could get it there, that is really nice. And then widening this out, that should really give me a good bit of extra buoyancy, which lets me put in a bunch of weight blocks. So let's see where we got it look. So that's pretty good. So it needs to be below the line and right on the money. So see how we float. That's because it has no bow fins. So once I get bow fins in there, that will fix that. All right, let's see. Bow fins can now go in. Shut. There we go. All right, good. We're good on bow fins too. Nice. So bow fins are gonna go like that. Shut. That's good. That's fine. I can. No, it can't. Crap. This screws me here. We'll be all right. Not ideal, but I'll be able to fix it. All right. This one screws me here. This pipe. All right, solids down. And then we want to bring in a block. Do I have a 3 block? Here's the 3 block. All right, just XML 3 blocks. This one here. Let's get rid of symmetry. That's fine. They can glisten. We'll do a color swap off to white, and then those are now gone. Nice. This is going to get a cover block there. So the fins are back in and now hidden. Beautiful. Let's give it a float test now. You can see how it doesn't, just having the fins, the bow doesn't flop down like it did last time. Nice. All right. So let's, so we're a little bit bow heavy, so we want to come in and just trim. Like so. Shift it just aft a little bit. There we go. All right, good. Let's go give it a run. So now, like, see me stand on the side of it, and it is super stable. You know, so that's nice and stable. Let's go ahead and do a quick test. So let's save it real quick. All right, so if it tips over, what's it do? We want it to roll right back up. So that's kind of the point of these enclosed lifeboats is they can't be, they can't capsize. Perfect. And then with the stability system, it's doing the locking thing where if you're not close to it, it's going to lock position. So if we get on it, and especially if we drive, it will straighten right out. So that's the stability system will automatically straighten it out too. So like. So that's going to make sure that it doesn't tip over in any poor conditions. And with the flatter bottom here, you can see we're hydroplaning a little bit better. And so 27, that's 60 miles an hour, people. So let's see, 1.94, 54 knots. So yep, another 15% of that for miles an hour. So yeah, it's 60 miles an hour. So that definitely fits the bill for everything I need. I need it to be all weather. It is. I need it to be fast. It is. I need it to be compact. It is. I want it to be cheap. It is. So that's good. So that fits the bill now. Should cool, no problem with the... let's just quickly check, make sure that my... we'll do wind again. We'll check the stability here. We've got a following sea. I want to go into the wind. With the stability system, it's going to turn a really wide circle the faster we go, like it would real life, because of, the force is still trying to go in the same direction it was. You're trying to turn it. All right, so let's leave it. Stop it. I just want to see, okay, it rights itself. Perfect. So that's the whole point is, if it does get blown over by the wind, does it right itself? And the answer is yes. So why am I not going forward now? That could be out of fuel too. The fuel was not pressurized. So let's see if that's it. Maybe I trimmed the throttle. I don't know. Why are we not going now? Interesting. I can't get it to throttle up. Can't hear over the friggin' wind. What is it doing? Interesting. Let's see, it could be the fuel. Let's go ahead and load up the save. Good. Fins are... Oh, I didn't connect the fins either. Those fins weren't even connected. That's just symmetrical fins with no... that's why the bow was coming out of the water, was I didn't connect the fins back up. But you can see how, like, just symmetrical fins by themselves. Like, this boat here is just symmetrical fins, no stability system, and it works really well. So sometimes, they'll, and I'll bring up... was the Crusader or the Corsair? I can't remember. Not the Corsair. I'll try to bring it up if I can remember the model number. Symmetrical airfoils are pretty neat. And, it'd be a symmetrical hydrofoil. But this micro skiff, it uses no stability system. Just the fins give it stability. So, like, if you're having a little bit of stability problem, put some fins on because it puts lift equally on top and bottom. And that will fix some of your issues as well because it keeps it inherently stable, frankly. All right, let's see. Fuel... Could have run out of fuel too. It's a very small fuel tank, so we're gonna work on that too. Okay. So one thing you can do too is to get more fuel, and we tested this the other day. Was you can hook it up to the pumps, and because we can pressurize fuel again. Some people are like, oh, devs are stupid for pressurizing fuel. There are some benefits to these things. One of the benefits being with pressurized fuel, you're now able to increase the capacity of your system by pumping more fuel in. So, you know, that's pretty beneficial. Is you can just pump some more fuel in, and you know, and increase the fuel capacity of your vehicle. I think where I want to pass the pipe here. Pass the pipe to the left-hand side. So there is 6 tanks, so that should be plenty. I believe it's past the Dutchy on the left-hand side, but what do I know about such things? Okay. You know, so that's the benefit of being able to pressurize the fuel, is you can put more fuel in. And again, you know, people act like it was just on a whim, but, you know, when pressurization update in space came out, this, you know, initially, you had situations where, for example, you could put in absolute humongous amounts of oxygen and hydrogen into your tanks. You could hyper-pressurize them to really, I think it was like 300-something atmospheres, rather. And so you could put a huge amount of fuel in. And a lot of people were upset when they took that feature away, that you could put so much fuel in your system. And so, you know, that's one of the benefits of having it so you can pressurize your fuel tanks now, is you can kind of get back to a little bit of that, where you can put more fuel than you really probably, you know, or you would be able to put in previously by doing that. So it's kind of a little bit of a benefit where it fixes that. So that's kind of a cool thing now, is by having pressurized fuel, you know, you can stick excess fuel in your tanks and kind of pressurize the fuel up to 60 atmospheres, and now you have more fuel in a smaller tank. So that's kind of nice. Why put on symmetry when I've gone this far without it? All right, let's go up. So that's one thing, is if your vehicle does not have enough fuel capacity. Here, I'll show you that in a second here. Let's save this. So here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. So like if we go ahead and launch one of the jerry cans. So here's a jerry can. All right. And so if we look at the jerry can has 13 liters of diesel in it. Okay, 13 liters of diesel. Now if we grab the jerry can and we pump some fuel in here. Get rid of this wire. You'll see, because we can pressurize the fuel, we can put in quite a bit more. So, you know, we're able to more than double the amount of diesel that was in there by pressurizing. So if your vehicle is not, doesn't have enough, you know, you think the tanks are too small, give it a try where you try filling it to 60 atmospheres, because if you do that, you might realize that you need half as many tanks as you initially thought you did. Especially if you're doing small builds, you can always pressurize your tanks first, and then you're good to go where you have all that extra fuel in there. Yep. Well, better is subjective, Amanda. I like a heat sink because a heat sink's what you'd use in a boat. The air, I think the 9x5 air-to-air heat exchanger is quote-unquote better than a 5x5 radiator, but it takes up more space. So if you're trying to build a small build, then the 9x5 heat exchanger is not better because it takes up too much space. If you're trying to build a cheap build, the 5x5 is not better because it's expensive. And so we'll bring up my cooling example here. So, like, let's bring up the cooling example here. So, where's my cooling? So, eventually I'll do this tutorial on cooling. I did a tutorial right before pressurization update, like days before, and the point was to memorialize how it was. And then I want to redo this. I think they've pretty much stopped changing things. So this is a pretty simple system. We have a fluid tank of water and a heater. The heater will heat the water. You can see it's going up. It's going to heat the water. We'll go ahead and we'll turn on the system. That's the 5x5, right? So there's the heater on this one. They have equal loops of distance, so the equal distance. And so this is kind of the test examples here. And so, like, you can use a test rig like this to figure out what the best heating examples are going to be. So, like, this one should be ready for us to look at. It's close. This will go up to about 35. You can see it's still gently rising. I think this levels out around 35 and change. Got to give it a couple more seconds to level out. And then this one here is at 32. This one here is at 31. This one I think's my winner. Nope, that's not, I guess. Did I change something in this? Oh, yes, I did. I took some stuff out of this one. And then this one here is, you know, just going hot, 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 hot. So this one here is moving a modular engine fluid pump, pushing water through there. You just don't have enough water in these, unfortunately. I don't have a coolant manifold on this, so the coolant manifold's not on that. I didn't finish this. This was an old test. I did not finish it. Let's see where we're at here. So 34.3. 31.9. So this one is more efficient than the 5x5. But this is the thing that is the problem, is this one is huge, but cheap. This is about, I think, half the cost of that radiator. All this shit here, like including this. The pumps add some expense to it. But I think this is about half the cost of the radiator. But the problem is it's a negligible amount of heat. We're only 3 degrees lower than over there. This one here is cooler than both of these. 31.9, what is this at now? 31.96. Actually, this one's colder at the moment. So these are about comparable. And, you know, so these are about half the cost of that. This one here is at 32. So this one is within 0.3 of these. And it doesn't have all this extra shit here. So it doesn't have all of this. Doesn't have all of this. It is just the air liquid heat exchanger. So this is the cheapest setup right here. And it is a good 2 degrees colder than the this one. So it's a good 2 degrees colder than the 5x5 radiator. So when people say it's the best, the thing that makes the 5x5 radiator so great is it's compact. That's the main thing, is it's compact. It's expensive, but it's compact. This one I need to put a coolant manifold in there to get it up. This is just to test air cooling, and I have not finished it yet. But, like, if you look at the parts on this, like, so this was the winner here. So this just restricts airflow, these things. This was me trying to do multi-stage cooling to see how each cooling loop works. But you'll notice that these restrict the airflow, so it makes them not as good. This one here, let's look at the parts. So 9.5. 9.5 is 150 bucks. These are, I think, these 150s. Those are 100. So 1, 2, 3. That's 300 bucks plus 150. That's 450. So this cost me 450 for this cooling setup. All right. This one here is, so that's 200 in pumps. And then we're talking 700. So that's 900 bucks for this setup. So this is, you know, at least double the cost, potentially triple. Now, what I would be using for most of my systems now is I would not be using these pumps. Impeller is 40 bucks. I would be using the impeller. Impeller's my new go-to for cooling. I find it works a lot better for flow rates, and it really takes a negligible amount, because if you look at the impeller, I'll do a quick test. I don't want to spend all day on this, but we'll do... which way you guy? You are fluid in. Okay, we'll go fluid in. The problem is these are going to be pressurized, so I need to let the air out first. So let's depressurize these first. To have the test be worthwhile. I need one of... Where are you? Right there. Too far to grab? Nope. Perfect. So I'm going to let the air out of this first, because it's going to... The pressure inside the tank is going to help push the water and not give us... Well, if we left them all pressurized the same, it would give us consistent results, but I don't want to do that. So this is going to be 0. We'll make that fresh water at 100%. We can make that fresh water. It doesn't really matter, but I don't want any trace diesel in there. So the thing with these are... let's do motor. The impeller, like a lot of people are gearing up their impellers really, really high. You're eventually going to get to the point where it... let's do keypad. You're going to get to the point where increasing the RPS on this really is not giving you any benefit. So let's take a valve. And this is to make sure that all the air gets pressed out first. So let's go ahead and check this. So this is my favorite way to move liquids now, is with impellers. Make sure we get all the air pressure out. We'll wait till this pressure equals. Let me read some chat while that's happening. Autocorrect. Yeah, autocorrect is always brutal, huh? I try to do voice to text all the time, and it's absolutely abysmal. For the Timothy, there's a minimizer. Is that what you're talking about for the Lua? Started second year of studies for Big Man. That's good. That's all right. It's good to focus on school for a little bit, and well, when you get some content, great. What is steering the lifeboat, Zachy? There's a small fin on a rudder post. What is going on with this salt business? Started a new ship with a similar design. 610 Great Lakes. How neat. How is it so stable? Stabilization tutorial for the new player career build series. Pretty much put that stabilization tutorial. That's why the tutorial's there, CG. So go check out new player career build series. I forget what episode it is. Maybe 4. I do that stabilizer on it. So it's super simple stabilizer. Makes everything super stable. Yeah, I think the water got in the intake. That's why I put the filter on there. That's what I was thinking. But I'll have to check it. I don't know why it didn't clear, though. That's the thing, is it shouldn't have gone in the filter. I feel a little bit better there, Hyperion. Yeah, I was just getting a headache yesterday. Two by two liquid is great for small, cheap boats and ships. Yeah. See you there, Patrick. Rule 8. Yeah, I put up a new rule today. New rule in the Discord. I'm sick of it. No, it's rule 7. Yeah, so rule 7 on Discord now is no bitching. Take that negative shit to Reddit where it belongs. It's like people get on their hobby horse and just bitch about like something. It's like it makes the whole thing depressing, man. It's like share your builds. Like I don't mind it when people bitch a little bit, but it's like that's not the whole point. You know. You know, that's the Jesus Christ, cat doesn't know what he's talking about either. But it's like literally I won't rag on it too much, but like, you know, stand by. You know, it's like somebody gets in their hobby horse, they want to bitch about the game, or the devs are like this. It's like, great. Like, I'm glad you have an opinion, great. But it's like, don't monopolize all the time on there. It's like, that's not what the Discord's for. Is it's, you know, it's try to be, you know, people don't have to always be positive, but, you know, but it's like, it's fucking depressing when you go in a place and it's just all negativity. It's like, take that shit to Reddit, man. You know, it's like, people are going there to have fun, share their builds, like, you know, and then you get people just like, there are plenty of Discords that, like, for this game that all they do is bitch all day long, and it's like, go there, you know? It's like, it just makes it depressing, and then people eventually, they're like, well, I'm not going to go there anymore. It's miserable, depressing. People just bitch all the time because the people who like to bitch all the time feel welcome there, and they go and they hang out there, and they say, oh, come to this one, we get to bitch all day, you know? So that's why I kind of put that rule in there. It's like, you know, I don't mind if people want to gripe a little bit here and there, no problem. But it's like somebody I told them multiple times. It's like, all right, I've had enough of this topic. Move on, and they keep at it. So, all right. So, anyways, let's look at our pressure here. Pressure's up, but look at this. Okay, so this is how you can tell if it is water pressure, liquid pressure. Let's put it that way: liquid pressure or gas pressure. There's no more gas coming out of here. Okay, the gas is out. If we look here, we have a pressure of 36 atmospheres. We have no carbon dioxide, no oxygen, no nitrogen, and we have, you know, so we have no gas in here, but we have water, and we have 36 atmosphere. That's because the devs made it so you could pressurize liquids. The benefit, we can stick more liquids in a container, okay? IRL, you can't pressurize liquids, okay? But in game, we can, okay? And so that's how you can tell that this is liquid pressure. We've let all the air out. We have liquid pressure, okay? So what I'm going to try to do here is this is at 0.911. Now, we expect areas of high pressure to go to areas of low pressure. So the liquid, even when I open this valve, water is going to go through, okay? There's not much we can do about it. So let's go ahead and open it up first. So we expect this to go down. Let's let them equalize, okay? Now, once they equalize in pressure, we're going to do the test. So you have to do all these things. You got to get these conditions out of the way first, or else your test isn't going to really work all that well, because you're going to have the liquid pressure pushing the water, and you're going to read your impeller, and you'd be like, oh, we're getting 6 liters per second. And then you'd be like, oh, it doesn't make any sense. We're 6 liters less than we were. Well, that's because you've equalized the pressure. So we're going to wait for the pressure to equalize here. All right, let me catch up. I'm just waiting for this to pressurization equal. So you kind of have to do some of these things. Let it equalize first. Your test isn't going to be perfect. Not that tests are ever perfect, but let me see. I'm just trying to catch up where I was. Yeah, like I would like to see those 9x5s. Like they are half the cost, but they're very large, and so that's the problem. Is unless you're building a ship, like I want to do a couple ships with these air coolers in them. And if I do like a big construction vehicle, I put these air coolers on. They're really effective, especially now after pressure, because we used to not be able to push that much air through. Now we can get like 500. It caps out at like 600 liters per second of air, so we can really get it moving. All right, so we're at 1.13 and we're at 0.87 and climbing. So I'm just waiting for these to kind of equalize. They're probably pretty close. You figure if we're at 703, it's probably going to be about an even split. So about 350 a side. We expect these to even out. So that makes sense. So expect when this hits about 350 that we should be equal and we can start the test. So if you have minimized code, can you determinize? I don't know much about Lua there, Timbo. There are, for example, you have an IDE program. I think I showed you this one before. So I brought this up yesterday. So let's bring up the Fluffy Pony IDE. So here's Fluffy Pony IDE. There's a minifier built in, which I don't really know how to use it, but so there's a minifier built in, and there's an unminifier on this. So I think what people are doing is they're minifying it in here, and then they're loading it into the Lua. They're just copying. You just copy the Lua out of this, and then you go. I can't get out of this right now, but you can go into the Lua block and then put the minified code in there. But I don't think there's any way to unminify the code in game. You have to pull it out, put it in the IDE, and then unminify it there. But I really don't know anything about the Lua. Citrus is saying some stuff about it. He knows more than I do about it. Rasmus, Basilicious, they all know a hell of a lot more than I do. Yeah, it's just, it's incessant bitching, and it was like, I'm not going to badmouth the person on stream, but it was like, I usually I let it go for quite a while, and then I'll start telling people, all right, move on. Because it's like, I don't want the whole Discord filled with bitching and complaining. It's so fucking depressing. Like, I was excited to play this morning, got into that shit for like 5 minutes, and was like, already like, I don't even want to play anymore. And so then I was like, screw it, I'm going to go back. I'll play, I'll have fun, and it becomes depressing. It's like, it's like going on the Steam comments. Like, it gets in these batches where it's so miserable. And it's like, if you guys are that fucking miserable playing the game, go do something else, man. It was funny. I put a comment, like somebody was like, the game's unplayable, like perfectly playable for me. And they're like, it was something like Mr. Lawyer, being semantics game, essentially. He's called me Mr. Lawyer. It was a semantics argument, not a lawyerly argument. But anyway, and he's like, he meant enjoyable, not playable. And I'm like, I wouldn't be playing if it wasn't enjoyable. The game is not for everybody. Any game is not for everybody. Like I talked about, like The Witcher, I couldn't stand The Witcher. And it was a very good game. It just wasn't my game. And like some people need to realize that man, it's just not for you, and that's fine. Go play something else. All right. So if we look here, we're 347. We have about equal pressure. So now we can begin the test. So this keypad. Hopefully, I've hooked it up to the fucking motor. So what I found was about a 7.2 RPS. I should have put it on a PID, but whatever. 7.2 RPS is about max. So let's go to like 0.1. Let's go to 0.01. All right, so look at the RPS. The RPS is at 0.36. So we're getting about 12. Let's go up a little bit. Let's go 0.05. So we're at about 2 RPS. Look at the liters per second there. All right, so we got a quick thing and then low. What I'm finding is about, don't do 1.1. I'm finding about 7.2 RPS is max. And then any more than that, I'm not getting a rise out of it. All right. So really, this test is going to be screwed up, and I can already tell it's going to be screwed up because we should have all the air out. Oh, you know what it is? This is the problem. The test is screwed up. I'm dragging Aaron. I'm pulling Aaron, for fuck's sake. I screwed the test up. All right, I got to fix this test real quick. Let's do this. We'll do it. I don't want to do more testing for 100 years here. Let's do this really quickly. All right. So number input keypad. I dicked the test up. Number output motor. See, number input, RPS. I screwed up the test. Gotta fix the test. Okay, there we go. So what we want to do here is we're gonna PID control this for RPS. So anyways, the test that I've done shows 7.2 RPS. If you go, it's around there. If you go over 7.2 RPS, you're getting no benefit. So it's actually not going up any higher. And so you don't need to spin your impeller for, say, moving your cooling water all that fast to get benefit. So if you have a boat motor and it's going 15, you want to put it before the gearboxes. So the impeller will spin at 15. It will take some of the energy of the engine, but it'll move a lot of water. And eventually it's going to get to the max where you can't move any more water. The test was screwed up because we're moving air as well, and that's not going to work. And so, like, what you could do is, let's say your engine's moving at 15, right? So what do? You down gear the impeller by a 2-to-1. So now the impeller is only moving at 7.5. So now you've put even less load on your engine, and it takes a very tiny bit of power to be able to move that impeller enough to really move a lot of water. So I find that to be the best system, but let's see. We'll do a quick test on this. I know how to fix this, so we can fix it up. Let's do constant on. All right, so just a quick PID controller here. So we want to go, let's see, keypad. Nope, that's not, let's see, keypad there. And then I need to put on something to measure RPS. So we're going to grab this, cut U, Zang. All right, that will work there. And then what we want to do here is I'm just going to go and I'm going to pump all the air out. So the first tank, this tank, it had enough liquid pressure because it was full of liquid that the liquid was able to push the gases out. The other tank, it did not have any liquid pressure, so it was full of air. So it's going to slow down the test anyway because we were having to push that out. So what I'm going to do is, just to speed it up, I'm going to quickly pump out all the air, and then we'll have essentially just liquid in here. And then I should be able to control the RPS for this test. Because I'm just trying to test it pulling, how fast it pulls the liquid. Now, what I could do is put both tanks to 50%. That would do effectively the same thing that's going on here. But we'll do this. You know what, let's not do all this happy horse shit. I'm trying to move on here, but let's do this. If I put the two tanks at 50%, they'll have equalized air, so they'll be perfect anyway. So let's just do this. Let's go 50-50 on them. And we'll still be able to move water. There'll be some air in there, so the number won't be perfect because we will be moving some air. But, you know, you'll kind of see that it's somewhere in that neighborhood. All right, let's check them real quick. 1.98, 1.98, 347, 345. Let's move them with the keypad. So I want, let's say we do 2 RPS. All right, see, it's gonna oscillate. The 1 is too high of a value. Let's fix it real quick. This test should be quicker to run. It's not as accurate, but it's quicker to run. Let's go 1/10 on the p-value. One RPS. Okay, so RPS is pretty close. So 0.1's a little bit low on the value, but notice we're moving about 30-ish. Because some of this is air, so it's hard to tell, but we're moving. It's actually not a bad test because you still get air in your radiators and stuff. So there we're getting about 16 liters per second. Let's move up to 7.2. Doesn't have to be perfect, but around 7. Let's get up. So my p-value is too low, so I have to overshoot the number to get there. So there's 11. And then if we go really high on this, we're going to be moving more air, but we really don't move much more water. So see, I've increased the number even more, and we're really not raising the flow up because the impeller has a certain capped flow rate. So anyways, long story short, all this bullshit to explain, you don't need extreme RPS on this impeller. I've tested this with radiators, and it is running about 7.2 is going to be about the point where you hit the cap, where the impeller cannot move any more liquid through it any faster. And so you don't need the impeller to be super highly geared. You can even down gear it sometimes. So like I said, if your engine's at 15, you could even down gear it, down gear 2 to 1, and you'd be at max flow rate. So it really doesn't take much off your engine. That's why even like my small key cars have impellers on them now, is because it's the best way to move water, and they're compact. You see how small they are? You know, the old way was people would put water pumps on everything. They put those electric pumps on everything, and they're very cumbersome now. So I find the impeller better. So that's kind of long story short. But finish up chat, and I'll get back to this boat. Okay, so you can minify in-game. Is that what you're saying there, Citrus, in the Lua? Or is it just in the IDE? Yeah, exactly. Discord server isn't just to complain. That's what Reddit's for. Just, I find it incredibly depressing, like, all the negative bullshit. It's like, great, you know, let them consolidate themselves in a certain place. It's just like, you know, and it's like, I was so excited to play, and then I got wrapped up in that shit again that I was hoping was over. It's like, you know, just like, dude, move on. You know, Christ. But people get on those hobby horses. I do it myself. I rant sometimes, and I can understand it, you know, but it's like at some point you got to kind of just be like, enough, dude. Move on. You know? Generator with only 2 alternators. Yep, that's neat. Yeah, like a 5x5 air-air. That could be cool. I'm going to do the whole thing. It's going to be the same type of cooling tutorial I did last time, but it will be, you know, it will be with post-pressure. They're pretty much, you know, they pretty much confirmed in the Q&A. They're not dicking around with that stuff much anymore. It's pretty much set. You know, there was somebody asking on Steam the other day, like, oh, can somebody give me an old version of the game? And my response was, why don't you just learn the new stuff? It's really not that challenging to learn the new mechanics, and I think you'll find that they're definitely usable. Like you see, well, I can pretty much do everything with the new mechanics, and they're not that challenging. And at this point, they're pretty much locked. They're not changing it much anymore. And I put up plenty of tutorials. People can go watch the tutorials and learn what they need to, you know. And it's intuitive. It's not 100% to real life, but it's intuitive. You saw how it made sense, right? I predicted the number the tank would go to when the pressure equalized. How do you know that? Because it's pretty simple. If the tank is full of this much water, it can only be full of this much air. If the 2 tanks are equal, right, they're going to both be at the same pressure. Okay, pretty simple, intuitive, basic physics, you know? Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between being mean and offering constructive criticism. Like that is, you know, like to hit the server rules again. It's why I put those rules in was, you know, like you get some where people will put trash. You know, it looks like trash on Reddit. Like, oh my God, that's ugly, and I have no patience for that. It's like people are like everybody's at a different place in the game. People have like my aesthetic sense is not great. I am not great at artistic stuff. And so it's like my stuff does not look good as good as a lot of other people's stuff. And, you know, and that's fine. It's like, you know, you think about if people were shitting on you when you came out with your first builds, how quickly you would give up the game. And it's not fair. It's like, you know, let people, you know, people are sharing builds they're proud of, and you're going to give them a bunch of shit. It's like, dude, go do something else, man. You know, it's okay to have constructive criticism if they ask for it. Like, you know, hey, what can I do to make my build look better? Well, it's looking a little blocky. You know, you can do X, Y, Z. That is good. That's good constructive criticism. But like some people are just friggin' pricks, and they get the boot. Those are the ones that I gladly give the boot to. I don't like booting anybody. But I gladly give the boot to people who are just being pricks to other people, especially about their builds. It's like you get somebody who's like, they're proud of their build, they worked hard on it, and then somebody just shits on it, and it's like, you know, they're just being a jerk because they can get a rise out of somebody. It's like, you know, not having it. Yep, take that shit to Reddit. That's what we were saying. Yeah, that's what Reddit was designed for. Yeah, Reddit's actually not been too bad lately. I think there's been a little bit of a shift there where a lot more people are just playing the game. You know, it was really super negative, of course, around when pressurization came out. You know, a lot of Chicken Little, the sky was falling, you know, but you know, looking back at it, that's the other thing, is kind of putting it into perspective. Is like, yeah, it sucked when the game was pretty unplayable for a little bit there, but it was like, I took a break, played Farming Sim. I really enjoyed that. We did some community Farming Sim. It was a lot of fun. And then it didn't take long for them to kind of solidify and fix a bunch of the stuff. And it looks pretty silly. Like, people were like losing their minds, and it looks so silly now because you know, you can pretty much do everything you could do before. And the pressurization added a lot of cool things you can do that you couldn't do before, you know? See how I like this beige, Johnny? See how this actually looks in the water? But all right, let's see. So I put more fuel in. It's not pressurized with fuel, but it's got a good bit of fuel in there. So let's look at the space too now. So we have plenty of seating. We have seating for 8, so this is definitely usable. I like it. I want it to be basic. I'm trying to do a bunch of cool basic stuff. Basic bitch stuff. All right, so you can see it doing this. That is likely... Let's see what the back's doing. All right, so we have some... I need to work on... Okay, see the back fins? You can see them actively overreacting. So we know the p-value is too high on the rear. I don't know what they're doing in the front. I can't see the front, but you know, we can tune that in a little bit better. So 60 knots was nuts. Let's see what we're doing now. That's better. That's workable. That's 40, and that's about 40. That's 36.8. Yep. I'm happy with this. Got to work on some of the stability stuff. Some of the fins are being wonky, but I'll work on that. But that's, yeah, I'm liking that. That's working. All right, let's do this. Let's save it. Take a break from this. All right, and I want to pull in Tethies. And we're going to do a quick couple test loads here. All right, so what do you have on you? You have a rope. Okay, so let's grab that back. I need to put a rope on there. CG rope. So let's see. You, for now, I'm just going to go like this. We'll hide that later. Trying to keep the microcontrollers down on this one because it's pretty small. So I don't have a ton of microcontroller hiding space. That's another reason I kind of fattened it up a little bit. Was it'll make it a little bit easier to hide some of the stuff. All right, so that's pretty good there. Let's load Tethies. I want to load a bunch of stuff and just test out Tethies loading. Where's the water line? All right. And then crab, I want crab on here too. We're going to load crab into the... if you guys didn't see crab, I'll show you crab again. Crab's cool. I worked on that last night. Quite happy with it. It works really, really well for container moving. And so I want to load crab inside. Let's put it up one. Vehicle damage will shut off. I don't want to... As everything comes in, I don't want to get bashed. Get power on. I think I have infinite electricity on anyway, but... Oh, it was running funky because of infinite fuel. So we'll test that out again. I had infinite fuel on, so some stuff was running funky. We'll play with that again. All right, so that's all set. Let's go down here. I need a rope that I don't have. Get a rope, rope. Oh, get out of there. All right, good. So let's get back up here. All right, so that's one test done. You know, I knew it wasn't going to be that heavy, but testing makes see how heavy it is. Like, this theoretically could be a little bit longer than the space. I could still work it in there, but I've got it right on the limit, so this should be fine to get in. I'm trying to remember. Okay, winch up and down. I do have it on the H menu. Let's take a quick pick. Nice, nice, nice. All right, and so let's go down with it a little bit on the winch, thinking. Can't hear the winch, so. Then I'll hook the winch in. Winch isn't hooked up, so I gotta fix that. Shouldn't need it, though. I should be able to drop it in like this. Most of this movement I don't even need the winch for. So, like, I want to go bow in first. So we need to go right up and down. So right up and then down to keep the bow in. There we go. That works. And then we want to go up and down like that. And then in and down. There we go. So see, it behaved like it had water in there. That's funny. All right, good. So that's in. So we know that fits. So that is the front garage for this. I like this a lot better than that little skiff. That little skiff I was just like really not pleased with. This is fitting in. It hits the walls a little bit, but that's fine. That's pretty good, actually. Wonder if I could even get a garage door that's straight forward, but I don't know. This is fine, loading it sideways. So that's in. All right, good. So that loads fine. And then I'll shut the door, but, you know, guaranteed it fits. It sits pretty low in there, actually. Falling through. Imagine if you didn't have no clip on. How many times you would have issues. All right, so that's in. That works. That's great. And then crab. Crab is going to be on the main crane, so I need to dump this rope. And then we want the magall. So we had a problem yesterday with the crane not stowing properly, and I had a big issue where when I loaded in the save, Tethys went crazy, which I need to fix that for sure. Can't bring that. I might be able to snug it in just a hair. There we go. Snugged in just a hair. You gonna grab there, guy? It's close. There we go. All right, that's in. Let's grab the connector here. I don't know if I needed it or not. But all right, let's see. We want winch door closed, and let's go ahead and we'll open the garage door. Sometimes these linear tracks like to get stuck, and that's a pain in the ass, but you gotta just kind of wiggle them. It's just nothing you can really do about it. You gotta just kind of wiggle it. Wiggle it just a little bit, and you're good. And then, so the way crab has to be loaded in is kind of at an angle because crab exceeds the width of the door. So we're gonna want to go in port side of crab to stern, essentially. And then 4, I believe. Nope, 4 is not it. 1? Yep, 1. Okay. Alright, so we want to load up crab sideways, like so. Head tracking would be beautiful. Love to have track IR. And there's crab inside, so beautiful. So crab definitely fits in there. And it still should be able to, it's going to be iffy getting the mini truck. Mini truck will fit in here too, so. All right, there we go. And so crab is loaded in. So crab is super low profile too. I really like that. That works really, really well. So very nice. So that you know, those have no problem getting in here. I probably should put an electrical connection in here to hook up vehicles. The mini truck should fit in here as well, I would say. And then the boat's in the front, in the bow here. But that fits fine. That fits really well. Even if it bangs around in here, I don't think it's going to cause too much of a problem. Famous last words. See, I can't really put a hard point because it looks like it has to sit crooked because of the slope of the hull here. So I might just put one rope anchor and anchor it to the door or something. I don't know. Or anchor it to the ceiling here. That'll keep it from bashing too much. But I think we'll be fine. If it bashes around too much, as long as it doesn't clip blocks into one another, I think we're pretty good. But that's Should have no problem getting crab in and out of here. Like, let's do an out test real quick. He's just a happy little guy, this crab. So it shouldn't be, you know, any real big deal to get it out either. It's pretty simple. It's just the, need to grab the same rail, about center position. CG-wise, it's not bad. Try to do as much from first person as I can. There we go. Yep, crab's out. So pretty simple. As slow as it is, it's kind of a pain in the butt that it goes this slow, the crane rotation. It's beneficial because that's the one thing that can literally sink the ship is getting the weight moving too fast, because I need that that active weight to be able to, accommodate for it. And so you don't really want to be going super fast in the yaw. It's just that's what's going to sink the ship. So you really kind of need to be pretty, just pretty patient with it. You know, of course, we're far off the dock here, but, like, there's no problem getting this on the dock, you know. We can put containers on and off the dock. So that's pretty good. So crab is good. Excellent. So that's really good. So everything is really functioning well. That's like, you know, when I talk about, like, how to prevent yourself from getting bored is, you know, the big thing for me is always have some goals of what you want to, like, what you want to get to. Like, for me, this home ship stuff is my end game. And the home ship needs so many little accessory crafts. It's like, you know, crab, it took me a couple hours last night to build. So it's like, it doesn't take you that long to build these tiny little craft. And so I have my long-term craft of Tethies, which takes me a long time to finish. So that gives me, if I want to work on that, tinker with that, I can. And when I don't, I just work on an accessory craft. So it's really kind of nice. It gives you a bunch of different big jobs, little jobs to do, and whatever you're feeling, you can kind of just still have stuff to play, you know? Let me quickly look. Read some chat here. Oh, did you? Okay, Alistair. Yep. Good to know. Alistair, if you want, you don't have to, but if you want, there's a channel in Discord some people don't know about. It's called Other Names. It's in streaming. If you want to fill that out, that way, you know, I know what your name is on YouTube, and I know what your name is on Reddit. Or you don't have to put Reddit, but YouTube and Steam and Discord. That way, like, some people have different names on Discord than they have on YouTube, than they have on Steam. So that way, you know, if I'm trying to find out somebody, and then like for example, Neat Knot used to be Cool Devil, so like he's got you know, used to be Cool Devil on there. That way I know, oh, that's, you know, that's that person made this build or that. So it's up to you. But if anybody wants to do that, you can go on the Discord, go in Other Names. You can put your other names in there. That way it's easy to find you and know who I'm talking to. Like Aaron's Captain Leroy, so like just putting those two things together is nice. You know. What is that in the water? A rope. Okay. So good. Let's see. Let's go ahead and load up the career. I'm going to try to finish up on chat. Alistair was one of the winners of the Build Challenge India. I had a cool build there. I will be using those builds. I just haven't found a time. What I'm trying to do probably is... what I might do is, let me quickly find them. You know, they're going to get used in the Career Build Series live. I might, since it's fishing, and fishing is pretty good for multiplayer, we might do some of the multiplayer, and I might reach out to the people who submitted, who won, and actually, shit, did the voting end? I didn't end voting yet, did I? When's the voting end? It'd be a week. Let me see. Sorry guys, I gotta check the calendar real quick. Stand by. Yeah, so I might reach out to the winners and see if they want to join us for a multiplayer fishing session on their boat. It'd be kind of cool. Let them operate their boat, let them drive it around. Let's see. So 17. Yep. So midnight tonight, voting ends. So for a community favorite. I'm just putting a quick message on the thing. All right, so I just put that on there. Last call for community voting. Most people, I think, have already voted, but it'll be midnight. So I usually run it for a week, so that would be tonight. I thought it was coming up. So that's it. So, yeah, so I will be using those winners in the Career Build Series live. And so I'll probably be inviting, if the person who built it wants to come on, they can join us when we do a little multiplayer and test out there and just go do some fishing on their build and enjoy that. It's been a lot of fun. Fishing has been really good for multiplayer, I find. You know, it's one of those things that's really approachable. You know, you can have a couple friends on a boat and just fish. It's not super taxing on the game. Deltars had a quote in the Q&A, which was kind of what I thought was going on as well, was, you know, he talked about they never anticipated people would play multiplayer how they would. Now, you know, they thought you would crew a ship. So, like, say you have Tethys, and I need somebody to be able to run the skiff. I need somebody to be able to run the helicopter. I need somebody to be able to drive the ship, somebody to be able to run the crane. And so you say you had 4 or 5 people and they're on one ship. Or like you all jump in a helicopter and you go do a rescue together. That's what the devs envisioned multiplayer to be like. And some people play it that way, but the problem is the public servers, you've got people who, like, you got 10 people who launch Titanics and you got 5 people who want to shoot at everybody, and you got other people who are just, they keep leaving their builds around, and then you got somebody who wants to DDoS the server, and somebody wants to be in the Arctic by themselves on a multiplayer server, and somebody wants to be, you know, out in the middle of the ocean by themselves on a multiplayer server. And so the problem is the game is just never going to be able to handle that. And so it's like when people say fix multiplayer, when never, is it's never going to be able to do that, because it's just, it cannot computate all of the logic in so many different disparate locations. It's just never going to be able to do it. And I think some of those people just need to realize that this is not Ark Survival Evolved, where you can have 50 people on a server all over the place and, you know, and have it run. It's a different game, and it's just, it needs to be more of a, you know, you have 5 to 10 people on, you know, a small server or hosted on your PC, and everybody's on one ship or 2 ships, and they're pretty much hanging around together. The game will handle that fine, and you can see that with our fishing streams. They work fine. It was, you know, you just can't do some of the things that people are trying to do and expect to work in multiplayer. It's just never going to be able to do it, you know, and I don't know of any game that would be able to do it, you know, frankly. I'm just trying to catch up on chat real quick before I go on. Just trying to catch up on chat, guys. Yeah, exactly. Like, just calling somebody's builds horrible is, one, they're just being a prick, you know, and it's not helpful. Like, you know, I don't offer any criticism unless people ask for it. You know, I don't do unsolicited criticism of builds. You know, like when somebody posts it to be reviewed or they post it for a build challenge, they're saying, hey, review my build. And that's like, I won't do the top 5. I have no interest in doing the top 5. I'm not going to go criticize builds that somebody did not ask me to criticize. Just, that's not me. I'm not going to do it. And, you know, if somebody's like, you know, how can I improve this build, saying, oh, it looks ugly, start over, even that's not helpful either. It's like, you know, well, the tail looks a little bit small for an airplane. Like, look at some real airplanes, see what their dimensions look like. You know, and they're like, oh, well, it won't fit in the hangar with a bigger tail. Okay, well, have you tried a folding tail? Oh, that works? Okay, great, I'll try that. You know, that's how, you know, it should go, frankly. 14 alternators at 1,200 RPS, but the engine isn't struggling. It's going up gear, okay. 1,200 RPS. Wowza. What the hell's that sound like? 1,200 RPS. Wow. Yeah, it's just it's very depressing when people are just shitting on your builds and when people are being negative, and it's just like, you know, those people don't need to be around, frankly. You know, and you know, you wouldn't put up with them in public, but because it's the internet, they think they can be there. Shit, I'm trying to catch up here. Wow, you guys are talking like crazy. Let me try to catch up real quick on chat. I can't do. If you want to talk directly to me, make sure you do the @Captain Cockle. It's just getting so busy now that it's going to be hard to catch up. I'm going to try to read what I can, but I can't go through everything. Sorry, guys. Yeah, just do the @Captain Cockles like Citrus did if you need to. Okay, let me see. No, you can't minify in game. Just mean yes, yep. Yeah, Tim's a programmer, so he was you know, interested in the minification, but it's all done in the IDE, I guess. Yep. How's it going there, Zerfin? Good to see you. Oh, the art, not the engine, the gearing. I get you. Okay. How's it going there, Oofer? Tilt sensor of the Astro? No, I did not know that. Nope. I did not know that from Walter. They added tilt sensor features to the Astro sensor. Check Discord showcase channel. Okay. When do you think you're going to do the next build challenge? Probably soon. It's probably be a shorter one. It's going to be airplane based. It'll be out. I don't know when I'm going to start it. Probably a week or two. Usually I start them. Usually I announce them on a Friday. And then I'm trying to keep them a little bit shorter, like a couple weeks. This is going to be probably a smaller scale build, so it's not going to be insane size. I'm trying to do a smaller scale. And then the other thing is I can't have I can't be like, imagine if I was like cargo container to the Arctic from FJ. Like, I don't have time to do 15 builds when it's going to take me 20 minutes, 25 minutes to get from FJ to the Arctic. So I have to be kind of short distance. That's why this one, the last build challenge took me 12 hours to make, and it was 15 builds. So that was pretty fast. So trying to stick with that, a little bit more reasonable builds. Like, imagine if I made it, you know, max size workbench, cruise ship, it would take me 25 minutes to go through each build. It just takes too much time. So, but probably in the next couple weeks, I'd say. Try to finish up chat, and then we can move on here. Any tips on making rocket landing legs? You have. Let me look real quick at my rocket. I pretty much. I'm in my career game here. I might be able to boot it up in here. Let's see. Where is it? SSTO. Nah, it's gonna be too big to load. Let me see real quick if I... Here, I can... It's fine. I can do it in here. I'm not going to spawn it, so I can just show you in the builder. I don't own no Neil balls. I can put it in here. I'm in the career game, so I can't load anything crazy right now. So, like, here's my SSTO. So, like, these are the legs I put in the SSTO, so... They just use large pivots. So 2 large pivots actually does all the work. And then I just have struts for looks. And, you know, in order to do the strut compression, you need them super close to the hubs. But that's all I did on mine was I used pivots. And then on the tips of these, they have friction pads so they don't slide around. But that's about it. That's what I did for my SSTO. You know, I wish I was more motivated myself to play some space DLC, but it's just like I don't really... Like, the thing that I always enjoyed in Kerbal was I would put up a satellite and a space station. That's what I'd want to do, and so... You know, it just doesn't really... Not too much to it right now. Let's see. Parking brakes on. There we go. Just needs a light now. That will go to the moon. You know, the main thing for me that I think was missing from Space DLC that would make me even play it more was in Kerbal, you had the nav ball, and you had prograde, retrograde. What is it? What's the in and out? I can't remember. I can't remember what they're called. Prograde, retrograde. You had normal and anti-normal, I think. And so you could easily zero out your relative thrust. And so that's the problem is, like, I want to be able to go up and I want to be able to easily stop. Like, Basilicious was making something that would do that. But, like, so for example, we'll do like 5 seconds of orbital mechanics here. We'll do 5 seconds of orbital mechanics. I don't want to get on a long offshoot here. Try to put it in paint where I can... Wish there was an auto dark mode for paint. All right, so like if we think about the planet Earth where we live, or most of us live, here's the planet Earth. It's a square. Let's get back there. All right, there's the planet Earth, which is an oblong spheroid. So there's Earth. All right, and then let's go ahead and we'll see. You suck. Let's go 5 and black. There we go. So there's Earth. Okay, so you have the equator. And then you have your longitude here. Or no, latitude. Longitude is the equator line. So there's a lat long, essentially, on the Earth. And so if you take off in with the rotation of the Earth's rotating this way. You take off with the rotation of the Earth. And you're going to go this way. And then you're going to come around. And so you need to circularize your orbit. So this one here is going to touch. And so if you look from a overhead view. So we'll do the overhead view as well. So there's the... overhead view of the Earth. All right, and we'll go blick. And so when you take off, you're going to be going... So you essentially take off like this, and it makes a circle. And like if you don't circularize your orbit, it will look essentially like that. And so what you need to do is you need to thrust in the direction of your orbit. So the orbit will look like this, essentially. And if you get too close, you're going to hit atmosphere, you're going to slow down, and you're going to come back in. So in order to do orbital mechanics, Let's grab, so like if we draw a circle here, this would be our initial orbit, okay? So that's a ballistic trajectory. So essentially what's going to happen is we're going to go out, and if we just thrust it real hard and stopped, it's going to bring us right back in. And so what you need to do is you need to circularize. So what you would do is you would accelerate in the direction of your prograde node. So your prograde node is where you're going. So it's on the same track as you're going. And so if you accelerate on your prograde node, it's gonna accentuate the circle like this. And now you have a circularized orbit. Now, if you don't do it in your prograde, so say you go, I don't know, a little bit to the right of your prograde, the orbit's going to start to oblong like that. And so you're going to make it oblong, but notice you're going to hit the atmosphere again. And so you want to go prograde to do this. Okay, so now you're in a circularized orbit. So as long as you never hit any other atmosphere, you're going to stay in this orbit forever. Now, likely you're going to hit small pieces of molecular, atmosphere, and you're going to slow down over time, and the orbit's going to slowly degrade. And likely, if you're hitting atmosphere, like little pieces of atmosphere, it's going to probably degrade symmetrically. So probably more like, let's go back a couple. So if you're hitting like little bits of atmosphere, you're going to be degrading symmetrically like this. I need to go back one more tick. Let's go like this. Okay. So you're going to degrade your orbit equally, and eventually you're going to hit atmosphere, and you're going to slow down, and then the rest of your orbit is going to start to degrade in like that, and bingo, now you've crashed in the atmosphere. And so, like this, you might say this doesn't play much into the game, but for stormworks, what I want to do is when I go out there, I need to be able to circularize my orbit and stop my relative velocity. And the way they're doing it is essentially if you can get your velocity stopped in a middle area, it will act as though you've circularized your orbit. And so we don't have a good gauge for that, and it's really simple. For me to be able to increase my orbit like I was showing, I need to aim at the prograde, and I need to accelerate. And then when I want to deorbit and go back down to the planet, I need to aim at my retrograde, and I need to accelerate in the opposite direction, which will decrease my orbit. And then, so let's say I want to hit a point on Earth, right? So let's say my landing point is here. That's good. Well, let's say my landing point's here. Well, what I can do is I can further go retrograde, and you'll notice now I hit right here. If I want to hit here, I further go retrograde, and I bring it up like there, and now I'm going to hit here. So that's how, for example, I used to love to glide in Kerbal, because you could control your retrograde, and you could plot your landing spot with that. And so, like, one thing you can do is, say, for example, like, we won't go into orbital mechanics for too long, but, so, like, the reason why you heat when you go into the atmosphere is you're hitting the atmosphere very, very fast. And so all those molecules are pressing on the surface of the craft and creating friction, causing heat. And so one thing you can do is, let's say that you're right here in your orbit, or right here, okay? And I want to go straight down Earth, and I don't want to heat at all. Let's say I have no heat shield. If I have no heat shield, this is how I deorbit. I do a huge burn. It's very, very expensive in fuel. And I will go straight down. And so what you do is you essentially, if you can thrust hard enough, you can stop the velocity of your craft altogether. And now, so let's say you're going, what, like 13,000 miles an hour? What was it in Kerbal? About 2,000 meters per second. So let's say you're going 2,000 meters per second, and you thrust 2,000 meters per second the other way, your now relative velocity is 0. So now gravity is going to pull you down to the planet, and you're going to accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared, and you're never going to get fast enough to burn up the hull. And so I used to do this, like, say I had craft in Kerbal where they didn't have enough heat shielding to survive. You would bring extra fuel, because if you brought extra fuel, you could slow down enough that you could get a ballistic trajectory like this, and you would go straight down. Now, I wouldn't make it that steep. It would be something like this. But I'd make a ballistic trajectory like this. And so now, instead of crashing into the atmosphere at 2,000 meters per second, you're crashed into the atmosphere at, let's say, oh, I don't know, 300 meters per second. So supersonic, but not 2,000 meters per second supersonic. That would be hypersonic. But so, you know, you could do that. So ideally what I would like in stormworks is the ability to have a retrograde and a prograde node, so I know where am I headed. And so that makes it easy to stop, because you would aim at your retrograde and you would thrust till your velocity was 0. And if you wanted to accelerate, you would thrust at your prograde until and accelerate to the desired amount. So if I wanted to go to the moon, I would thrust to the moon. I would wait till my prograde was pointing at the moon, and I would know that I'm going to hit the moon, and I could shut my engine off. And then when I want to land on the moon, I would aim retrograde, and I would gently start adding thrust or add thrust at the last second. And let's say I'm coming in at the moon at 500 meters per second. I would know that I would need to thrust away from the moon at 500 meters per second to land perfectly on the moon. And then you could make microcontrollers to do it for you, where it says, okay, my velocity to the moon is at 500 meters per second. Okay, great. I don't want to hit the moon. I'm 10,000 meters above the moon. And the PID would automatically say, okay, I need to thrust this hard for this long, and I'll be able to land perfectly soft on the moon and do it with as little fuel as possible. And those are the things that we really can't do because, well, theoretically we could do it if a bunch of people made the right utilities. But currently in game we can't do that, and that's why I don't really mess around with it. Is those are the things I want to do and I can't really do it. So that's kind of what's missing from Space DLC to make it interesting for me, because I would love it. Like those are the things in Kerbal that were very tough to do. You'd have to use mods to do it because you couldn't program your own microcontrollers. Here we can program our own microcontrollers, but we don't have the other stuff to be able to do it. So let's actually do this. Let's just do a mission. Sorry. Let's do a mission. Let's sleep. Let's get a mission. Oh, shit. I'm hitting everything here. Back it up. Let's go sleep in this bed and we'll get a mission. But yeah, that's why I don't play much Space DLC. The concept is good, but that's the stuff that I would really want. Now, the problem becomes that's really not that much orbital mechanics. It's kind of more velocity management. So they could simplify it. Like, I think the devs wanted it super simple so that more people could play, which I get. But, you know, that would potentially confuse a lot of people where they have no clue what they're doing. And that's probably why they didn't go into that much detail, I would say, if I were to guess. All right, Red Cabrio. Ooh, that's fun. I wanted a land mission. All right, good. Let's go do that. Where you at, Red Cabrio? Ooh, is no clip on? Oh, okay, crab boat servicing. Oh my god, dude, what is this? Transport a red cabrio to Holt. Get out of here. I must have no clip on. That's brutal. That is brutal. I'm not doing that shit. That would be fun to put in the back of a car, put in the back of a plane. Ooh, now I'm interested. Now I am fully interested in this mission. Before I was not. Now I am. All right, good. You know, the devs poo-pooed on my idea, which, you know, talking about kind of just like, you know, having a negative outlook and being whiny and complaining like we were earlier, is the devs completely poo-pooed on my idea in the Q&A. They answered my question about airport-to-airport transport missions and cargo missions. That's something I would really like in game. And so they said, essentially, no, you can just use add-ons for that. And as much as that's not the answer I'd like to hear, you know, it's their game. And it sucks that the thing that I most want is not coming. But, you know, instead of looking at all the negative things, you know, there's still 900 things in this game that I love to do. And the one other thing that I'd like them to add isn't coming. You know, okay, great. That's too bad. But move on with your life, you know. And so it's like, that sucks that it's not coming. But I've decided to just move on. You know, it's not a big deal. And I wish more people would kind of take that attitude, is like, look at the things you still enjoy doing in game. You get to still do all those things. And you know what? You're not always going to get what you want. And sometimes other people are going to get what they want, you know? All right, so we're going to go do this Cabrio. I had no interest in the Cabrio until now. Albatross. Ooh, we know we're not going to take Albatross. Minky. So Minky has not run in a while. This is going to be iffy to run Minky. I have not run Minky. Shit, how much diesel did I have? Okay, I have diesel. Okay. Minky is jet fuel. How much jet fuel did I have in here? Let's hope I have enough jet fuel. Let's go look. The problem is one of the cars that somebody built is so friggin' wide. I'm afraid it won't fit an Albatross. So I'm gonna take Minky. I missed. Oh, I forgot. I forget how the hell to move around my own chip. Let's see. Door. What door? This door. Okay. It should say ladder. It says door. Don't break ankle, jackass. I'm not 100% that Minky is going to run because it has not been tested since pressurization. So we're going to try to run Minky. We'll see if it runs. This is big time wasting money because it uses jet fuel and it's jet fuel based. And this is like probably worth 2,000, but I don't care. I'm going to do it for fun, you know. I got to get the engine started and get this out of here. Are we cranking? What do we need? Oh, bleed valve. Oh, that's cross feed. Where's my starters? Okay, in the back. I should be able to hopefully turn Minky inside here. We'll see. This is very iffy to be doing this in the inside the hangar like this. I have no clue where I left off with Minky. So let's hope this is running well enough that I can get it turned. It should. It's jet fuel, so not much change with jet fuel. Like, the tanks aren't vented or anything, so. Oof, there's like no clearance in here. This thing is just so huge. There we go. It's starting to. We're thrusting up now. Shit! Don't hit the ceiling. Parking brakes on, which isn't helpful. This is the same. This one has 2 parking brakes like Albatross because it got Albatross's systems. So where is the? I got to try to remember where my controls are. Let's see, flaps down. There we go, okay. All right, we're up. Let's get gear up and let's start going forward here. This is so overkill for this. That's why I'm so thrilled about it. This is uber overkill. I love it. I'm doing this because the red Cabrio is such a pain in the ass because it is absolutely like oversized, and so I'm like, screw it, I'm gonna bring my oversized plane to take the right cabrio. Speeding up here. The Minky was designed to take, I think it's 4 containers up to BVG. So let's hope we have enough fuel for this. We're looking pretty good. Oh, yeah. Okay, this is why we're a little crooked. It fills one of your tanks first. We have 24,000 pounds of fuel in one of the tanks and 2,000 in the other. So I'm going to cross feed this side. So I'm going to start leveling my fuel out. Need gens on, need lights on. Hydraulics. Up, the door didn't shut. Oh, hopefully the door opens up to put the gear away. Doesn't matter, it will land vertical, so not a big deal if I have to sit on the gear. That's why it's sitting, it's banking right, is there is 20,000 pounds more fuel in the right than there is in the port side. Good to have Minky fly again, though. This is fun. Let's catch up with some chat here. Yeah, Mr. Black Beaver. Boat is in the lead. That's good to see. I like that boat. That was a cool boat. They're all very good. Yeah, that's my longest build challenge video. I think was like 3 hours and change, 3 hours and 46 minutes or something like that. And I was like, I vowed never to deal with that again. It took me like 2 whole days to finish that video. It was brutal. I think that was the landing craft one. That was long. That was why, and then it was on the heels of that was the VTOL, which was like only 3 people submitted, which I was like, oh, thankfully, because I needed the break after the other one being so many people. All right, so we're just heading out to, just looking at some stuff there. What is that spot? What is that place there? What is that place? Interesting. Oh, that's the sell point. Okay, that's the, I need to turn then. That's the sell point, I think. Is it? What the fuck is that? It's gotta be. Look where the hell it is. Yes, it's the sell point right there. It's just the angle I had on it looked funky. All right, let's start descending. All right, here's Ender. It should be right past Ender. I just want to make sure that wheel came out. What is sticking out of the ass here? Something's sticking out right there. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what that black spot is in the back there. Alright, so we should be coming up on it now. These big builds are fun, but they're a lot of work. Should be on the road here somewhere. Definitely overkill, but that can be fun. Like to get that jet finished at some point. I have a 4-engine jet VTOL that can take 2 containers, but That one's a little bit more complicated to get working. The props are super easy to get going. The jet is kind of a pain in the ass because it's all ducted fans, so they're not as responsive. Where is this red cabrio? Gotta be right on okay, he's a little bit further away. There he is, right there. Okay. Get rid of that friggin' binoculars. Binoculars. And I'm going to try to winch him in. I don't want to have to deal with anything else to get him in there. I'm going to try to winch his ass in. Do I have an engine dying? Why is my engine dying? Okay. I don't know what happened. The engine didn't die. I don't know what this deal was there. Could grab the ladder on the way down there. Let's see, door. I'm gonna shut the wind down. I think the wind is... This is such a big flank on it. I don't want the wind blowing us around here while I'm trying to get this cabrio. I turned the wind down, didn't I? Why the hell is it still... You hear that blowing sound? What the Christ? That's brutal. What is up with this? Am I sitting on that much of a friggin' hill? I guess I am. I must be on a pretty big hill. APU's running. I can hear that. Oh, the APU overheats, I think. So let's be careful of that. I don't want to light the sucker on fire. Let's see. All right. Let's go ahead, and I need to go get a tow truck anyway. So let's buy this base. That'll give me a little bit of money pressure. We have too much money right now, so I want to spend a little bit of it. 140. I want to spend 140, I'll tell you that much. Here, let's do this. Kind of dicking around right now, so it doesn't really matter. Let's go ahead and... I'm not spending 140 right now. Just put it in with an add-on. That's excessive. I should have brought the tow truck with me, but I did not. So it automatically thrusts down the engines to keep the props at about 60 RPS. So I think it just overdid it. So it's probably a p-value issue. So that's why it kind of came down with a clunk. Where's Ender? Ender. Where are you, Ender? Nope. The hell is it? Oh, where are you, guy? Am I blind? Where is it? It has to be there. There's no way I'm finding that random chunk out in the middle. Where the hell is it, man? If I got it close enough, I could use the container thing to drag it in. But I've already shut down too. So where the hell is Ender? There's. Okay. Must be the altitude. It's just windy as shit up here. I was originally going to take Albatross, which Albatross would have been iffy to land there, but I was going to take Albatross by this airport and then launch the tow truck. But I didn't know it was 140. 140 is a little bit rich right now. We have 360. The problem is we'd be down at 220, and Tethys cost 218. So it'd be a big money grind to make sure that I could just kind of use the new toys I've been making. So don't necessarily want to spend 140 on that base right now. And this, unfortunately, that's kind of one of the reasons why I brought that up in the Q&A was adding airport to airport. Is there are some cool places like over here, but this part of the map's pretty useless. You know, like they could add a grass strip to the south part of Sawyer. That would be interesting. Look at how big Minky is. That's hilarious. You know, so that could add some interest to parts of the map that are a little bit, you know, far-flung. Like, there's not much reason to go to the Arctic anymore because of no price differential. Oh, there's a Gila monster. I enjoy it every time I see one of these animals. It was funny how, like, unhinged people are getting with the animal additions. I don't know why the ramp is at that angle. It's kind of funky. You know, as much as this is a ridiculous mission, that it's a little bit of money to go a long way with a car that you'd have to put it on multiple vehicles. Like, you see the gameplay, it's inspired. So even like a mission that doesn't make much sense is kind of fun. You know, it's get me taking out a weird vehicle. I'm gonna lose money on this, but I don't give a shit. It's because it's fun, you know. All right, let's go ahead and try to snatch this birch. I left the brakes off, but that's not a big deal. This red Cabrio is a little bit on the wide side. That's what I was afraid with Albatross too, that I might not be able to fit it in there. I'm gonna try to reset the ramp on Minky, get it to sit like a normal person. I am not driving up the ramp at that angle. Not happening. So the ramp is based on, its angle's based on a flat, I don't know why it's so fucked up though. I don't know, I haven't played with Minky for a while, so it should have been set to the flat ground, but I don't know why it's so screwy right now, so. All right. Hi-ho Silva, let's see what we can do here, people. Oh, come on, you dirty bitch. Drive. Oh, so close. Okay. It was so close. Where's the handle? Here it is. It's what you need a gantry crane for, people. When something says screw you, you say, I have a crane. What do you want from me? see where I can. If was I a dummy and didn't put a rope anchor there, I can double rope anchor. I'm gonna double dip the rope anchor. Oh, you nasty bitch! You're just making life difficult, aren't you? That's not gonna work there. I'll tell you that. Stuck in the tire now. I think I need a rope off of you. I don't know if... Where's the ropes here? Give me this. Thank you. Hiya. Let's see, where are we? So I need to put a rope anchor on this chassis. So for now, we're gonna go like this. And then... Oh, there's a rope right here. Jesus. Okay. This is going to be probably disastrous, but we're playing and just having fun right now. This doesn't need to be. Doesn't need to be super with it. Come on, come on, come on, get to there. Just saw it too. Oh, click, 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 click. Double up the rope anchor. There we go. In. Red Cabrio, you pain in the balls. Now, where's that rope that I just dropped? There it is. Okay. Captain's towing. We bring shit that does not need to be brought to rescues. Oh, it's front winch. Okay. Why is this not working now? Why is the rear winch not working? That's interesting. Am I not getting a signal off this? Is it center winch? No. It's there. Alright. I'm going to be a pain in the ass. We'll use you then. Never said we'd get it there in one piece. Make no promises to that at all. I think the door is coded that it won't go down until... Yeah, the door won't go down until the ramp's secure, so... then I need to unhook all you crap, right? Yeah, I gotta fix all this. Okay, so I do have rope anchors. They're up top. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about all that. We can leave that the way it is. I just need to pull this in a little bit so I can get upstairs. All right, good. Let's go up and let's get out of here. Having some APU issues right now, so that was having issues before. I have not touched it. Oh, Christ on the cracker. Get up there, you son. Get up there, scum. There we go. I got a double jump when I get up there. You're on bleed. Check chat. Once we get in the air, I can kind of put autopilot on and just hang out. All right, there we go. We're up and running. A little bit of overkill for a little red cabrio, but it was fun. Oh, I know why we came down too hard. It's the collective is not exactly on there, I don't think, the same way. Little speed on here. There we go, baby. Up. Let's get a bearing off of, we're gonna go straight to Holt. Alright, let's go nav, GPS. There we go. Let's climb a little bit. We gotta worry about the mountains, so. Let's go 1500, will take us over all the mountains. Gears going up. Kind of C5-esque gear on there. Alright, so for some reason this door is getting hung up. I gotta play with that and see why. See how the crossfeed's going. Oh, we're pretty close. We're within 2,000 pounds of fuel. That's close enough. Let's read some chat now that we're on autopilot. Yeah, exactly. Well, in real life, I've actually lost a few pounds, which I was been trying to do for about a month now. Put on a bunch of muscle, and then I was trying to lose. I didn't like the number, even though it was mostly muscle weight. So yeah, the Patway is ruining my, making me fat. Yeah, apoapsis, periapsis, yep. Yeah, I couldn't remember what it was. The brain blocks stuff that it doesn't need after a while. But yeah, I love Kerbal, but it's like, you know, I haven't even gone back and played Kerbal, you know, it's, Kerbal 2 I'm not interested in, you know. Well, if they get it good, you know, it's too early, you know. Kind of what's going on, the history of that, you know, that's definitely, I'm going to sit back and wait, you know. All right, Lonnie's at the store. I think a pizza for dinner, that would be nice. I haven't had pizza in a while, plus I hit new low weight numbers today that I was trying to hit, so like good, we can have pizza and ruin it. All right, Amanda's going to sleep. Good night, good night. What is the optimal RPS for jet engines? Is 400 RPS way too much? Unfortunately, they're not like they are IRL. IRL, the turbine spins very fast. And then, well, it depends. For a turbofan, the fan is going to be moving slower than the N2 section, which is the compressor blades. You know, if you're doing turboprop, you know, you would have a very high spinning turbine with a reduction gearbox to the propeller. The problem is in game, can't really do that effectively because you burn too much fuel. So in game, we almost have to try to down gear. We have to, well, you're still up gearing, but you put enough resistance on the turbines, they spin pretty slow. So ideally, 400 is too much for fuel burn. That's going to be your problem, is your limiting factor is going to be fuel burn. Like this thing is hyper efficient. Like, you know, we may not make, we're definitely not going to make any money on this trip, but, you know, this one is pretty friggin' efficient. Like, we started with 26,000 pounds of fuel, and currently we're at 20, this isn't reading right. These gauges aren't reading right. We can't go off of them because of the pressurization issue with that. Hopefully they fix that. Now let's go a little faster. I can bring the prop back a little. Get a little efficiency going here. Go ahead and shut the APU off for now. GPU can shut off. GPU never needed to be on. Save a little diesel fuel. It took all my diesel to run that too. Do I have a diesel readout? I don't think I do now. Alright, what's our ETA to halt? Let's find. We'll be at halt in about 4 minutes. Good to get Minky in. Minky could use a little work, but, you know, Minky's expensive, so that's endgame play. We're pretty much there with endgame play. So another thing I like doing in my career games is I build the islands. So eventually what we'll do is we'll buy an island. And probably my favorite island, I always use the same seed, is, I don't think it's this one. Where is it? It's this one. This one here has the tunnel, the submarine pen. And then you can build something here, you can build something here. And so that's kind of cool. And I think this one is the same old island we used last time, maybe. So this would be kind of cool, but I like doing a base island. So these are like, that one's 100 grand, this one's 100 grand. So that's a good expenditure. Have an actual home base where we can put our stuff is kind of fun. Oh, there's 3 helicopters. Look at that shit. See that? 3 helicopters. Somebody was saying that they were getting duplicated hospital ships. I wonder if it's duplicating everything. It's duplicating all AI. That's interesting. You know, that's something that would be nice to be fixed. All right, 2.6 minutes. We're not going to descend because we're just going over Mount Goldblum is coming up here on our left side. I'm going to just knock down the fog a little bit here so we can see a little bit better just for entertain. Oh, nope, Mount Goldblum's on the right. Fog, just like, so this is the area I'm talking about, which is pretty much dead down here. Like, if they put a grass strip and a little farm, that would be awesome. You know, it'd be really cool. Farming update. add a grass strip and a farm down here. A couple farms would be nice. And then add a fertilizer chemical, and you can either spray, you can make sprayers, or you could do crop dusting. That would be fan-frickin-tastic. Maybe I'll do a video on that. You know, the big controversy on the Discord is about them, you know, and Delta has explained it, made sense to me. And you know, he talked about you get put in low priority if you essentially are duplicating stuff. And if you're not getting a positive response on your bug tracker stuff, and like my stuff, most of my stuff in the bug tracker is bullshit, you know, and I have no problem if you put me in low priority. I have no problem with it. That's kind of the whole thing, is like they're trying to get some sort of, you know, trying to get me interested in it. It's like, I don't give a shit. It's like, I should be in low priority. All my stuff's low priority. I don't go on there and do detailed bug reports. So frankly, my stuff should be low priority. Like if I was giving them detailed bug reports where I go through the XML and I tell them, hey, you know, if you fix this, it might fix the problem, and I was an actual coder and I did quality assurance IRL, yeah, that would be, I'd be a high priority bug person. But like right now, I'm not by any stretch of the imagination. Like if you look at my issues here, most of my issues are bullshit. You know, they're me saying, oh, add this, or this, like select addable trim. Okay, and I duplicated it myself. I already made myself out to be a dickhead. I duplicated it, I put it in defect where it should have been in not defect. Commercial fishing ideas, I would say, are not bullshit. They asked for that. More pulleys, smaller. Not that they're bullshit, but what I'm trying to say is they're low priority. Let's use the correct terminology. They're low priority, my asks. And I 100% acknowledge that, and I agree with the fact that the things that I've asked for are low priority. You know, high priority are game-breaking bugs. That is always going to be high priority, is the things that break the game. And, you know, very rarely, if ever, do I ever post one that is that. You know, and then the other one that they said will put you in low priority is if you are spamming duplicates. And that's something I've complained myself quite a bit about, is like if you actually want your stuff addressed, search and click the star on somebody else's post. That's the best way to get it in, is to get it done, because it shows that 38 people see this as something that should be worked on. And you'll see a lot of people that they don't ever search, they just go ahead and they post their thing, which is a duplicate, and it wastes devs' time. They have to go through and they have to consolidate duplicates, you know. And so that should put you in low priority. If you keep duplicating shit that they already have, it's a waste of time. They're sitting there trying to consolidate duplicates instead of actually working on something. It's a waste of time. So what do? They put in an automated system, which I would say every friggin' game has at this point. You know, an automated system. So when you put in a bug report, it's like, this person has 200 bug reports and none of them have ever been addressed. They're likely not very helpful of a bug reporter, you know. And it makes perfect sense to me, and I have no problem with it. You know, somebody was getting all butthurt about it, you know, and it was like, even they said like 45% of all their posts were duplicates. You know, so if almost 50% of all your posts are duplication, you could say that makes perfect sense that they say, yeah, you're low priority. Half your shit's just duplicates. You know, makes perfect sense to me. Just trying to get up on the flatlands here. Just trying not to hit my props on the trees. You know, but I don't know. They're kind of looking for me to agree with them. I think that such a travesty that my stuff got put low priority and other people's stuff gets put low priority. No, low priority is fine. No problem with it. Because guess what? All my shit is low priority. We can go through each one of my bug reports, and most of them are either bullshit that it was a mistake I made. It was something I did. It was not a game problem. It was something I did. Or it's a low priority, hey, this would be a cool feature to add. And then, you know, like I always say, it's not our game, it's the devs' game. You know, they can add whatever they want. And if they don't, you know, if they don't agree with what I want to add to the game, which they said during the QA, they didn't agree with one of the things I wanted to add, okay, oh well, that happens, you know. You know, doesn't bother me at all. Not in the least. It really doesn't. one thing that devs have been listening to lately is videos. They've been listening to good YouTube videos, and the reason is because, if we lay out a good video and we show them how to do certain things, like they talk about 454s, they talked about my videos in the Q&A, they talked about Professor Incognito's, somebody else, I can't remember the name. They tend to explain exactly how to do something. They show you how it would be done. Then the people, in your community can show interest or no interest in it. And it makes it easy for the devs to be like, yep, this is something that people are interested in. Yep, this is something people are not in. Oh, this is funny. This got connected here. That's neat. I didn't see that got connected there. And so they've showed interest in the videos, but frankly, I'd rather go make a video than to do a bug report, All right, let's try to get this sucker out of here. This is going to be a pain in the ass to do. The thing what I'm going to do is back out and then use the... let's do this. I don't really need to get this out. Go bring it back and stick it in the workbench. I don't give a shit. But, we got the money for it. But... it's kind of I put myself in the perspective of the devs sometimes, which I think a lot of people don't do. And for example, I think about when I build a build and people have all this commentary of what I should add, what I shouldn't add, I ignore it all. Is because at the end of the day, I want my build to be mine. Like some people have some really cool, interesting ideas. Like I think Faffy J talked about Daniel K talked about calling. Or it looked like a frog or something like that, and that's when I named it the frog, because it looked like a frog to me, and I was like, oh, that's a cool name. But for the most part, I don't, shit, how do we detach these? I got a detach button. Let's see. Release container, space. Maybe not. Oh, it's off that, releases containers. Do I have a container releases on? Oh, no, because I expect them to be undone there. All right, let me see if I can push this out of the way quickly. There we go. All right. Let's see if I can get out of here quickly with this. I don't take a lot of input on that stuff because I want it to be mine. I want to feel like, oh, shit, grabbed another one. I want it to feel like it's my build and that it was my, my ideas for it. And so it's like, even something like that, I don't necessarily really like to, God damn it, it's getting stuck to the floor. And so I don't necessarily like to take those ideas, even if they're good, because, I feel like it wouldn't be my build anymore, and so that's kind of why I don't take that input. And so I put myself in the position of the devs there, and I say to myself, like, do I want to just take constant input from people, or do I want to come up with my own ideas, and the people who enjoy it can enjoy it, and the people who don't can move on, and that's, that's another strategy too, And I'm one of those people who's content and comfortable with the fact that it's not my game, it's their game, and if the game eventually moved away from me, then I'd go play something else. It happens, let's see. But frankly, I don't see that happening. I enjoy the game enough as it is. I don't need special features added just for myself to keep enjoying it, Let's, I'm just going to grab another tow truck here, and I got to find where it is. Holt is hard to find, too. It would be nice if they labeled some of the, the POIs. Like Holt and Sawyer South right here. Gonna have to just do it visually, which can be kind of rough. There it is. I think that's it. Nope. Wrong. It's not this one. I just checked this one. That's the tunnel. It's not this one. Is it that? I don't think so. No. Where are you, Holt? I just need a tow truck, you scumbag. All right, let's go meticulously through these and just find this quickly. Worst case, I'll just go soaring north and drive down. It takes me like 2 minutes to drive there. Is this it? It's got to be close. That's the tunnel on the other side. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think we're too far south now if we go further south here. All right, let's go to Sawyer North. I'm just going to drive down. Actually, let's do this. Mankey was most... that's going to lose an absolute buttload of fuel if I do that. Let's try to just throw this bitch on the ground. What is up with this? Oh, I detached half of the winches on this, so that's not good. Let's get a rope. Let's move this forward, and I should be able to drag this most of the way out. I got to work on the ramp at some point in this. What's going on here? Okay, let's see. Oh, I pressed translation, that's why. Make sure it's not an electrical problem. Nope, okay. Translation. Okay, AD crane in and out. Okay, that's it. It's AD. All right. Just need to read. I need to put the staircase up too. Oh, the staircase will help me get this car moved. Not really. It's AD. Okay. Up, down's the winches. All right. You have a rear, because get you further pushing on the rear. With it translated, I don't know why I can't get it to untranslate. Left, right is translate, and I can't get it to translate out anymore. Be a pain in the ass to get this out. I can't beast mode it either. Not big if it's not on its wheels. Let's see if I can get it on its wheels. I can get this sucker on its wheels. I should be able to beast mode it. I'm trying to think of the winch controls on this. Let's see. Front carriage up, down, WS. Okay. Still don't know why translation's not working. Rear carriage, release connect 1. All right, there we go. All right, let's see if I can't flip this on its wheels, then I can just push it out. I just want it gone. All right, we're making progress here, people. Where's my... Do I have another rope here? I lost a ton of ropes. They were all on that truck. There's one. Hiya, jump. Now, where is this one here? Can't see the winch. There it is. Yeah, pretty much, this gantry crane, I pretty much put everything it needed on it to do a bunch of stuff, so. I'm trying to cinch up the other one here. All right, tighten that one up a little bit, so hopefully we can get it to rotate. Okay, there we go, and then down. Okay, we're in business now. Pressing all the wrong keys. There we go. All right. Throw this shit out. Get a picture of us here. It's a good pic. The most ridiculous of rescue. Oh, it's good. It's beautiful. There we go. All right, let's push this bitch out of here. The hell is it stuck on now? Stuck in the middle. Let's see if we can push it out. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah, it's hooked on the ramp. I gotta fix that ramp. I think I remember, like, I was starting to fix the numbers on it, and I went the wrong way. Luckily, shit is light, and you can manhandle the hell out of it. There we go. Bye! That's a good one, too. There, goodbye, sir. Get out of here. $2,000. Captain's tow, and we take care of your stuff. As though it was our own. And I'll see you there, Lonnie. Good to see you. All right, good. Let's close the door. Let's get out of here, and I'll probably wrap up. That was fun. Fun to do a bunch of different stuff. So started with crab. New lifeboat for Tethys, which I like better. I really just never liked that skiff that I made. It's just like kind of chunky, weird looking. I like this lifeboat better. It's going to work well. And then got into this big old Johnny, so it was fun. I think we'll go to military base and go sell this jet fuel. Be a little bit of cash infusion. What is that fuel tank? What is that fuel tank there? No clue. Oh, you know what's interesting? I bet that's what it is. I could see a black little corner of something that was black sticking out of the back. I bet I didn't merge a fuel tank. That's probably my diesel tank for the APU. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you that's the diesel tank for the APU. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Shit, shit, and shit, and shit. I got vehicle damage off, so. There's a p-value problem where it doesn't take off fast enough, so. Luckily, we can just burrow through friggin' trees here. I didn't wait for the engines to spool up. That was my mistake to not wait. Been a while since I've operated this John. That was not following procedures. Yeah, we'll go to military, and we'll go ahead and we'll grab the... not going to do the full approach. I'm trying to remember the runway heading in. It is 2-1. No, it's not 2-1, is it? It's 3. Runway 3. So let's put that in real quick. Shit, come on, come on. Try to do it quickly here. 341. Okay, I see it, but I just wanted the runway heading. So 031. So we need to come to the left here and get that number to drop for 031. Landing gear is coming down. So putting this away at military will let me. I can sell the fuel off. So. Now we're off to the east of the runway here. I gotta move. Oh, you know what it is? This doesn't have the bearing might not be set up for this, so I guess the numbers don't make sense to me right now, but that's probably because it's not set up for it. Yeah, it's definitely not. Nope, we're actually coming in on a different runway. That's probably why. What is this plane doing? I've never seen a plane land here. I was going to say, is it landing? That would be interesting. No, it's not. It dipped down like it was going to land there. I think it just spawned in. All right, we're on final. I'm gonna land like a plane. Brakes off, brakes off. Make sure that one. I don't know which one's the actual parking brake. 116 knots, so we're pretty slow here. It's very high, so I gotta make sure I don't drop it too low here. We do sit very high. Brakes, brakes. I gotta be gentle in the brakes. It is a tail dragger. I will ground loop it. Not careful. It's pretty maneuverable though on the ground with it being this huge. Yep, she takes 4 containers. Pretty much any vehicle. It's funny, it has the same engines as Albatross. See how high we sit on the ground here. What's going on with my steering here? Are we having steering problems? I'm gonna just go up on my number 1. Help me turn. So just use a little asymmetrical thrust to get turned in here. It's acting like a brake. I want to get it inside so I can... Fuck. Alright, let's stop. I'll drag it in with a tow truck or something. Start binding up the tail wheels. Let's grab that tug's not gonna work. Let's take the Mack wrecker. I meant to put a tie down on the ass so that I could easily tow it in. I meant to put a tie down on this, and I've yet to do it. There's the boom. Boom right there. And then... All right. It's bad time for it to grab something else. Come on, grab Minky, you dickhead. All right. Christ on a cracker. Get Minky too, or no? Probably not. Trying to get it before it ends up departing. I have the parking brake on, Minky, so I gotta get that off too. So. Trying to drag it with the brakes on. It's got a lot of tires, so gonna struggle to pull it with all those tires on there. Here we go. All right, we're moving now. Like a glove. Yeah, it's a lot easier to fuck it. That should be close enough to despawn it. It's a lot easier to tow a tail dragger from its tail. So I need to put a tow hook on there so I can tow it. There we go. All right, we're in. Beautiful. All right. And that should be a good bit of jet fuel in here. Nice. That's a good bit of jet fuel. So we could sell that off. That's worth, what, 84,000 right there. So that's about 84,000 in fuel. So that's a good bit of cash. Let's get the Mac put away, and then I think we'll jump off. But keep forgetting to release the brakes, and then wonder why I can't move. All right, Goob, let's put this away. All right, nice save. Very good, very good. All right, so let's finish up with chat real quick. In-flight refueling. I think I've tried it once. I did it with the what was it? The fencer. But I never finished the fencer either. I quickly lost interest in doing any of the war bullshit. Just doesn't interest me all that much. Like, I like making the stuff, but I just you know, haven't been really that interested in it. But all right, I think we'll finish up there. So thank you to the members: Cider Mountain, Connor Boyle, Danny, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, Erasmus Johnson, Manda VR, Citrus, and Anton Anderson. Thank you guys for being members. Thank you to Chicken Store for being a patron. If you guys are interested in any of that, down in the description below. If you guys are new and enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing. And if you guys would like the videos, that helps me out. Especially if you guys would watch the Build Challenge India video. That takes me about 12 hours to do. They're the only videos that I ask if you guys would go out, watch, and like. So I'd appreciate that. So thank you guys, and we'll see you in the next one.